Woke up this morning and rubbed my eyes. Took me a second, but I realized that I'm still the same man I was yesterday. See, I made a promise to myself to make a change and better myself, but I don't feel any difference, and that's a shame. All I want is to be a better man. All I need is to clean the slate again, but I know change, no, it don't come easy to me. Change, all I want is change, no, it don't come easy to me. Change, all I want is change, no, it don't come easy to me. Won't you come a little easy, cause you need change. That's what I'm trying to do here.
Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath-on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcilable, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is so. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that. Yo, here we go.
I'm a I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I don't think you understand. Watch me escape.
Only 4 months remain in the 2021 season, but our standings are far from settled. League leaders seek to protect their positions while challengers seek change. As we begin to approach towards the back half of the season, the stakes are becoming increasingly high. The pressure for large scores grows with every completed game. With fewer opportunities to get the scores necessary to win their league, players are responding in different ways. Some choose to dance with the one that brought you and stick with things that have been working well for them. Others are trying new risks, changing behaviors and patterns, trying new alliances, working with new players, or trying to keep from becoming predictable. Change in league diplomacy is inevitable. New players, new motivations, new grudges, new opportunities to forgive can be the difference in who wins the league and who leaves if you can. Tonight, a new champion will be crowned in the Nexus Speedboat League, and some of the world's best diplomacy players will compete head-to-head in the Virtual Diplomacy League. How will our players respond to the stresses of more competitive portions of the season? Stay tuned and find out. Welcome to League Night. My name is Brian Pravel. I am one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, your host for this month's show. Tonight, I am joined by three of the most influential names in today's diplomacy hobby. He says yes to changing places, particularly when it involves Belgium. Welcome, Adam Silverman.
Hi, Brian.
He may have tried changing, but he's turned and faced the strange. It's hobby luminary, David Hood. David, howdy.
Hey, time may change me, and I can change myself too. We're going to find out tonight.
And a change did her good, and now she's sitting in second place in the DBNI and the VDL. As a result, tonight we welcome a special guest analyst, Saren Clark. Saren.
Hello, Brian.
I appreciate all of you being here tonight. I think we're going to have... Can't click that button. We're going to have a really fun show tonight. We are featuring 4 Virtual Diplomacy League games and the Nexus Speedboat Finals. We're also going to be discussing something a little bit new. We are, instead of doing a Twitter poll, we had some feedback that was not accessible to everyone. So instead, we're asking right here on the show for responses from Dip Chat. So we're asking tonight, what are the habits of intermediate players that they need to change to take their game to the next level? So tonight, if you'd like to answer that question, go ahead and put a response in chat and use the hashtag QOD. That'll help make it easier for us to find it. And later, when we get to that segment, we will respond to a couple of those if we think they would be good for us to talk about. First, let's take a look at our standings. What happened in our previous month? So let's pull that up. And first, let's take a look at our top 7. As of August, 72 players had competed in 31 Virtual Diplomacy League games. There were some changes in our standings. So first, we have Carlos Camaridis staying in first, but Saren Kwok happens to have made the big move, moving up 5 spaces into second, knocking down Morgante Pell and Brandon Fogel accordingly. Craig Mears knocked down to 4th. Wes Ketchum also made a big move and moved into 6th place from 17th, moving up 11 spaces. And Ben Kelman was knocked down 2 spaces from 5th to 7th. Next on our bubble, VDL top 7 qualifies for the top board. So these players are on the edge of qualifying for the top board. Karthik Konath, Baron Jane, Miles Holcomb, Peter LeBeau, Eskil Sandblom, Ed Sullivan, and Sabi Ahuja. There's a really close gap between 8th and 7th in particular. So you'll notice 265.7 and 260 points. That is a very small number. And since the Virtual Diplomacy League scores, I believe, your top 3 scores and an average of the rest, that 5.7 points could be someone's average score differential. So every single center could come into play as we get closer into the season. I'll start with you, Adam. David, what did you guys notice from our coverage of last month? Anything stand out to you about how those games impacted our standings we're looking at today?
Well, there was obviously a big change with our friend Sarah in here jumping up to number 2. That was based on a particular game, but based, I think, on particular alliance partners. So that was fun. The other comment that I would say is that Ben Kelman's looking awfully vulnerable right now. Ben has really got to get him a good score to separate him from the pack there. His top share is not what the rest of the top share percentages are for that top board. Ben's really got to step it up.
Yeah, what really strikes me here is if you go to 8th place, we see Karthik, who's only played 2 games. So, and I believe he played at least 1 game this weekend. So that one additional score is just going to bump him right up there. So I think that there's, if Karthik has a good game, that's going to bump some people down. So there's definitely people who are on the bubble have to keep their eyes open.
Yeah, that is assuming, of course, the rest of the board allows him to score. But yes, that can happen. Saren, you have been participating. I always enjoy getting active players on the stream to get their perspectives. What was your perspective as about these standings? What are the stories behind some of these moves from a player's point of view?
Yeah, so I can say that from the games that I've been in, players are definitely talking about the standings and sort of thinking pretty far ahead, I'd say, in terms of what they need to do in terms to get on the top board by the end. And although there are the numbers in terms of who's currently in the top 7, as you guys have already pointed out, the numbers, that ranking doesn't tell the full story. And there are a lot of people who have only played 1 or 2 games, but have very strong scores there. And even though they may be further down, they are definitely contenders for the top board, and players have their eyes on them.
Right. Well, let's take a quick look at our top 3 players. Starting in 3rd place, we've got Morgante Pell. Morgante is a familiar player to us. I believe he's been in the top 3 in every single league night that we've covered. Top 3 of the VDL all season. If not, it's been really close. David, what can you say about Morgante's stats?
Well, consistency is what jumps out at me. With 17 games played, the numbers just seem very consistent from one week to the other. And a part of that is that you've got the average that doesn't really change that much after a certain number of games. But I'm talking about the other statistics. Look at foreign supports given and received, essentially the same, showing a really consistent play from Morgante that we've come to expect. And not just consistent play, consistently high play from him. But it's not always about topping the board every time he plays. And I think we found that out last month.
Yeah, there's currently 136 players have stats. All of these stats include the previous season plus all the games played in this season. So 136 players, 51 of which have played at least 4 games, which is what we require for someone to have an ordinal. So 25th and 28th place is kind of middle of the pack for those statistics, which is something I find fascinating. You have different play styles, and that's one of the things we are hoping to highlight with the statistics, and we're seeing here. Pay attention to our other players because they all have very different ways of getting into the top. So, Adam, why don't you introduce Saren?
Yeah, so Saren has played 9 games and has about a third of them with top share. You can see from these stats, really what I think is striking is the very high numbers, both on foreign supports given and foreign supports received. Fourth place in foreign supports given, almost 8 per game. Really kind of a testament to her style of playing. And I think we've seen that through a lot of the DABN games. A lot of strong alliance play, but not afraid to make the move when it matters. And that really is what has led to a lot of success here.
Right. And in first place, we have Michalis Hemerides. And I just realized I uploaded the incorrect graphic for Michalis. So we will come back to that in a moment. But for now, we're going to just continue on with the rest of our coverage. Let's take a look at some of the events that are coming up. Go ahead and pull those up. So first up, let's take a look at tournament coverage. Liberty Cup was going to be held in person, but has been switched to a virtual event. It's going to be held the weekend of October 8th to 10th. Stay tuned for details about the exact schedule and games. Those will be posted soon. You can follow the links in our description down below in our show notes. There's links to all of these events. Carnage was recently announced as officially hosting the North American DipCon and will be held in person November 6th to 8th, Mount Snow Resort in Dover, Vermont. The winner of this event will be named the North American DipCon champion. And if you can only make one face-to-face tournament this year, consider making it Carnage. Not to mention, it may be the only face-to-face tournament this year. It's going to be a really good time. Virtual Diplomacy Championship will be held December 17th to 19th. Just like the WDC for face-to-face and the ODC for extended deadline, the VDC will be the World Championship event for the virtual face-to-face format. It will continue to feature in an internationally friendly time slots and should be one of the largest virtual face-to-face events of this season. Game Day Live team will be providing live coverage of all of these events, including DBN's first ever coverage of an in-person event. We have no idea how that's going to work, but we're excited about it. Next up, let's take a look at League play. The Tour of Britain completes its penultimate round earlier this month. You'll be able to watch these games in October edition of League Night. And the final rounds of the Tour of Britain will be played November 13th, 14th, after which a new Queen or King of English diplomacy will be crowned. Virtual Diplomacy League returns October 16th with 3 rounds of globally friendly time slots. League Night will provide live coverage of those events as always. The Nexus Discord server now offers 3 different leagues. If you like what you see from tonight's Nexus Speedboat League coverage later in this broadcast, you're in luck. The September-October season is underway, and the league accepts signups at any time. Wave 8 of the Nexus Gunboat League is due by October 4th. Waves begin every 2 weeks, so if you can't make this round, another will be starting soon. The Nexus Press League is accepting signups for Wave 3. Signups for this wave in September 27th, and subsequent waves will begin once every 2 weeks. We also have Nexus Season 7, which is going to be starting very soon. We will be, let's see, looking for the date for that. I'll come back to that. We'll put it in the show notes if I forget. But it's okay to go ahead and sign up for the Nexus Press League. I'm sorry, for the Nexus Season 7 tournament that was just announced, and you can find out more details in the Nexus Discord server. Nexus Gunboat and Press Leagues feature rankings that are more similar to a ladder format. So you can join those at any time when it starts. The Press League will count towards DB&I points. And the way that we're going to manage that, we're working with the Nexus team to make sure we're doing this the right way. But basically, whoever ends the year in first place in that ladder format will receive DB&I points and a potential automatic invitation to the DB&I. Saren, Adam, David, anything you want to say about any of these upcoming events?
Well, I'm just going to make an extra pitch for Carnage. It's going to be the first face-to-face event in almost 2 years, and I probably can speak for everyone here who's able to make it, or even if you're not, that this is just going to be a big event. It's going to be a real great opportunity for us to all get together again and resume some friendships that have been virtual for a long time, and see some great people and spend some time together. I'll be there. I'm really looking forward to it.
All right. And, I'll just say Dave Miletsky puts on one heck of an event, so definitely can second that recommendation. All right, it is time for our player spotlight. Tonight we are meeting Roni Mordvinov, a VDL rookie who has been extremely active in the 2021 season. Kevin O'Kelly caught up in an audio-only interview, and we're going to go ahead and play that now.
Hey, thanks, Brian. I am happy to be joined today with Roni Mordvinov. Roni, welcome to the program.
Hi, Kevin.
Great to have you in here. I know that we've seen a lot of you in Nexus, and this year more so in the virtual face-to-face. Where did you learn the game?
Basically from YouTube. Like, I saw the moves on YouTube. I was recommended a video from Legendary Tactics about diplomacy, so I watched that video, and then I was like, okay, that game looks interesting. So I checked out the rules, and then I somehow found Nexus, and that's where I started playing after learning the rules.
Oh, that's fantastic. So it was a recommended. You had watched something else, and it's in YouTube said, hey, based on that, you might like this.
Something like this, yes. It just popped up in my feed, and I was like, "Oh, that looks interesting. Let's watch it." And then I watched it, and yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And afterwards, I got more into it. Yep.
Ah, excellent. Yeah, so good. Our the algorithms are pointing these videos in the right way. That's great to know. So I know for many of the maybe viewers who haven't seen some of the videos, you're in Israel, is that right?
Yeah, I live in Israel. Live and born here. Like, I was born here and spent my entire life here. So
playing the games with us here, mostly in the States, it creates some challenges in the overnight hours. Does that affect your play a little bit?
Usually not, unless it's a Red Wednesday game in which I'm actually doing it. It's like an all-night standard. If it's not like, if it's the other games, that's usually fun because it usually ends around 1 a.m., 2 a.m., which is okay for me.
Yeah, it seems that's like the standard time that our final rounds end. So we'll have to make some promotions for other folks from Europe to join us, but not at those late hours. So you've played both Nexus and then some of the VDL this year. What do you find? What's your favorite parts, I guess, between like a speedboat type of game and a virtual face-to-face game?
Speedboat is a very accelerated game of diplomacy, albeit without the talks, but you can experience every part of the game in a 2-hour session instead of playing 7-hour game, and you might be eliminated pretty early on. So you will not experience any late game stuff. And in gunboat, you may be eliminated early, but at least you have a chance with enough repetition to get into the end game stuff and practice this. But I view speedboats as the practice tactic stuff, not really as the main. It's like training to the video, to the virtual face-to-face, which is, I see, the main thing in diplomacy.
Yep. Are you looking forward? We'll have to find a chance to get some in-person face-to-face, or I think tabletop, as one of our friends calls it, coming up. We'll be excited to get that back. So,
Yeah.
So, lastly, outside of lots of diplomacy, what else do you do with your time? What keeps you busy when you're not playing our fun game?
Usually friends. With like we have, I'm a student, so I have a vacation now for like a few more weeks. So we meet up a lot and do stuff together, whether it's playing board games or drinking or stuff like that. So that's usually what occupies my time. Yeah. Apart from that, that's mainly it, to be honest. I'm planning a flight to Romania in a few weeks, so that will be that is my main focus for now. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we're glad that you have joined us today, and I thank you for joining our Weasel Wednesday games. I know that you helped us fill some boards, so Weasel folks appreciate that, and we look forward to seeing your challenge for the top 28 as we finish up this DBNI season.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you, and Brian, back to you.
I think one of the best things about that interview is that Roni is joining us in, from a time zone that's not very many other people do, which is awesome from diversity point of view, but also points the way. If you're watching this video and you're not on the North American time zone, that does not mean you cannot participate. And for the December event, for the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, there'll be lots of games that are probably appropriate for whatever time zone you're in.
Brian, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Wouldn't be a league night without someone coming across on mute, usually me. Yeah, I think that's one of the upsides of the virtual format is how it has brought together players from across the world that would never really be able to interact with each other in a face-to-face style due to timing and cost, and just it's difficult. So that is one of the coolest things. It's also been good as we're talking about this idea of change, of exposing different groups to different styles of play, introducing ideas from different local metas across the hobby coming together into a new global meta that's rapidly changing. And we'll be touching on that a little bit later in the show. But first, I do just want to quickly say for the Nexus Season 7, it starts probably around November 4th, and you can begin registration on the Nexus Discord server beginning October 1st. So definitely check that out. It's going to be one of the largest extended deadline events of the year, and will almost certainly, the winner almost certainly will have the opportunity to receive an automatic invitation. So definitely a big event. Second, let's take a quick look at Macarlis's stats. David, I'm going to throw this one back to you. What do you want to say about this? This is the first time we've seen, he's got his 4th game. So now we've got some ordinal statistics to go along with those massive numbers.
And those statistics hit you like a freight train, don't they? The very high foreign supports given doesn't really tell you much of anything, but the 50% top share does, and the plus 5.69 for center count is amazing. So there's not a lot to say about a guy who has soloed a game, because in VDL that is such an advantage, except we all know from watching Macarlis play in other venues that is hardly a fluke. He is a top player and has certainly shown that this season.
Yep, definitely. All right, well, it's time for us to get to our question of the day. So just as a reminder for everyone, I'm going to go ahead and post that again. Today, we are asking what are habits of intermediate players that they need to change to take their game to the next level. If you'd like to respond, go ahead and reply with hashtag QOD, and we'll be reviewing those. But to kick things off, Adam, you want to give us your immediate response?
He's muted also. Nice.
All right, we'll get this right eventually. I think that what tends to happen in people's arc of playing diplomacy is you kind of start out there trying to figure out the rules, trying to figure out how to move the pieces around, trying to figure out how to just converse with other people and what you should sort of do and not do in specific countries. And then you start to get the hang of it, and you get to that level where it's like, okay, I understand this game, I understand what I need to do, and I've got a way of doing things. And I think that what tends to happen over time is people get into their comfort zones of how they like to play a particular game or a particular position or a particular power. And I think that's dangerous, right? I think, this game is all about the differences between the players on the board, between the positions. But I find a lot of intermediate players, there's the alliance archetypes that like to stick with one person and roll with it. There's sort of the I don't know, for lack of a better word, the folks who sort of like to play dynamically, who always like to play a certain way as England or a certain way as Russia. You got to kick the habit. You got to try different things. You got to get out of your comfort zone. Because if you don't do that, you're going to always get into situations where you don't know how to deal with them, and you're not prepared to deal with them. And someone who is ready to get out of their comfort zone may surprise you.
Saren, I'll get your thoughts. You've recently, I feel like, made that transition yourself. What are some of the lessons you could offer to somebody trying to make that transition?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still very much one of those intermediate players who is trying to figure out how to get to the next level. But one of the things that I think helped me a fair bit was to stop thinking as much about the moves and the units on the board and start thinking more about what are people's relationships with each other. Because so often you see people who will have things not go so well, and they'll be thinking, okay, what orders could I have written differently on this turn? And while it's true that they could have written slightly better orders that put them in a slightly better tactical position, what would have really helped them was just having one more friend, and that all happens in the relationships part of the game.
David?
I would argue the one thing that can or a thing that can help you go from intermediate to top level is risk taking, because you can get to a certain plateau and be happy with it, but you're not really up towards the top of the mountain yet. The only way to get there is to try. And I know I've said this many times, but that's because I really believe it. That's how you separate from the pack, is to say, well, I can be bigger than this. I can do bigger than this. I can change this particular game that's on its way to a stalemate or to a growth stopping situation where I'm just going to have to settle for a middling score. I can change this. I can change this diplomatically. I can make a stab. I can encourage a stab. I can exchange ideas with this other person on the other side of the board that I've been cultivating through the entire game. Now it's time for us to turn on our other allies. There are things you can do to really break the game open. And if you never do that, guess what? You will actually never become a top level player.
Well, one of the best things that we have about this, so many games being played digitally, is that we've got more access to data about high-level competitive diplomacy than at any point in history before us. We also have Wes Ketchum and the DBN stats team working tirelessly behind the scenes, analyzing all of this data, looking for trends, and finding interesting patterns that they believe are worth discussing. Today, we're going to take a look at Stats Team Hot Take. They are telling us they believe that France deserves 4 centers in 1901. Here's what they found from their review of over 300 games covered by DBN. Take a look at this. First up on screen, we see a line chart across the bottom, it shows our center count in 1901. And across the top axis, going vertically, we see how many average centers that power ends with. The idea being that we're basically creating a proxy between success on the board and the total average center count at the end of the game, which we know is not 100% accurate, but it does facilitate conversation. So first of all, we'll notice that when France has 4 centers, their average performance at the end of the game is very similar to the performance of other powers in that area. If we go to 5 centers, then you see that 5-center France outperforms pretty significantly a 4-center England and a 5-center Germany. And then if we look at a 6-center Germany, that performs similarly to a 4-center France and to a 4-center England. So first thing that they are suggesting is that just from a pure statistic standpoint alone, that could be an indicator that France overperforms when they get to 5 compared to the other powers in the West. So we'll get to a couple of other concepts based off this theme, but first, I'd like to hear from the group. What do you think about those stats? What is it telling us? What can we take away?
Can I be the devil's advocate here and just say that tells me that when you get bigger earlier in the game, you're going to have a better game. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by that. You know, get your centers early, get them often, go big, go home.
Well, I will be the devil's advocate to the devil's advocate on that point, which is that it's a little deeper than that. I would argue that the point of the statistics is to show us that France at 4 is equal to others at more, which is just an inherent strength of France. In addition to the fact that I think you can read too much into the get big, go big, or go home thing, because sometimes slower, steadier growth is easier to sell to your neighbors. I actually sometimes like to be at 4 with France in 1901, depending on the board situation. So there's a lot of different messages here. A big message, which is something we already know, is that France is really strong. And the other folks need to deal with that in some fashion. Usually the question becomes, should France have any say or at least have any aspect of getting Belgium, for example, from the other 2 Western powers? If you look at these stats, the answer might be no. Perhaps Saren has a different take.
I mean, I have a couple questions upon just looking at a graph like this, and then one is like how much of France getting 4 in 1901 is just due to their outright being like an EG or even like an EGI against them. Because, I mean, if they're not messed with in 1901, France can probably pretty easily pick up 2 builds unless they actively choose not to. So there is that question of whether this is just, you know, a reflection of France's inherent strength. I guess my other question is that 5-center like data point for France, like, is there any difference when you sort of separate that out by both Iberian centers versus one Iberian center and like Belgium, or maybe even like a different combination like Belgium and Munich or something like that? I mean, it's what David mentioned, I think, whether France has any say over Belgium being like maybe like a bigger indicator of where things are going than like just the raw center count.
We'll page Wes Ketchum and see if we can answer that question, because I'd like to know that too. But one thing that may help provide a little context there, who benefits the most when France is at 4? And my immediate thought was England, and that is not the case. It is Italy, which really makes a lot of sense to me. But Italy is the one who has the strongest correlation between their success and France. There's one other piece that they found and brought to our attention that was related to this idea, and that's around the English Channel. Typically, we'd like to describe the English Channel as something of a prisoner's dilemma. Who's going to go there? Is it worth bouncing and things like that? Here's what our stats show us. This is a very busy chart, so I'll try and summarize for everybody. Basically, the top shows English statistics, the bottom shows French. But one thing is universally true. When France moves to the channel, they overperform and England underperforms 100% of the time. Really, really interesting. This was very surprising to me. In particular, looking at England, if there is a bounce in the channel, England has 3.5 for its mean, which is less than its average mean if it's left vacant. And if France gets in to the channel, their mean goes up to 7.3. There's a lot to this. I think it's incredibly dangerous to read too far into it. But there's some interesting stuff here. Does anybody have any thoughts about what this may be telling us?
That the channel is more important to England defensively than it is to France defensively, which has a corollary to that if France gets in there, it helps them offensively. But from a defensive point of view, it's much more important that the English channel remain English or vacant than for the French. So, you could say, well, then the answer is let's always propose to bounce on the channel. Well, that's not good for England either. Mm-hmm. So it's quite a conundrum. As we've been talking about with the strength of France lately, the answer might be people need to not ally with, or at least a couple of players might just want to jump on France. That might be the answer in some games. I am of the opinion that statistics are very helpful, but that you should not base your decisions on statistics. You should base them on your player relationships in that particular game.
Yeah, I also want to point out, we're looking at average final center counts that are in the order of 5 or 6 centers here. That's not the result most of us are shooting for when we play France or England or anything in this game. And what these statistics aren't telling us is, what's leading to the predominance of zeros or the predominance of 12, 15 center results. And maybe that's something that we need to have Wes take a look at for next time.
Sounds good. Saren, any thoughts?
Yeah, just to play devil's advocate a little bit here, like I'm very hesitant to say that these statistics about the English channel tell us really anything that can be applied to a gameplay, because it takes a certain audacity and a certain level of diplomatic security to open to the channel. Until we know who's opening to the channel and in what context, it's not really helpful to say that France, opening to the channel is necessarily going to lead to them succeeding more, lead to England underperforming, even though the latter is probably true, whether or not France actually does well out of it. But it would be quite dangerous, I think, if we just pointed to these statistics and more people ended up opening to the channel out of that as a result, I think.
I think it's a great point, Saren, and I think what these statistics don't show, and I don't know what the statistics actually will show, but who benefits a lot of the time when one of them or both of them opens to the channel? It's Germany, right?
Yeah, Germany, and then surprisingly in the statistics, when France gets into the channel, Italy also benefits. So I think a couple other things that I would just caution people on, the high success when France got into the channel was, I think, 19 times. Morgante went to the channel a lot as an individual player, and Morgante is one of the top players in BDL right now. And I think it's important we don't confuse success by a good player as meaning that the moves that they chose are better than other moves. It may just be that they're a good player and therefore have more success. So that's one thing to keep in mind. The other thing I would say, though, is if nothing else, I think the stats do show that there's room for experimentation in the West. My personal take is that France can afford to take some risks. They do quite well as everybody else if they only get to 4. So why not sometimes take a chance? Not all the time, but sometimes. And England and France shouldn't be afraid if Germany gets to 6 centers. That was the other big takeaway that I took from this. England also does not want France going to the channel. So it just does continue that fun little prisoner's dilemma in that France likes being there. England really does not. And so it becomes a game of what this is all about, diplomacy. A lot of fun. So thanks to the stats team for bringing that up and giving us something to talk about. All right. Well, we have talked enough. Before we get to our games, I'm going to give everybody one last chance to set up some storylines. We'll start with Saren. Saren, what are you going to be watching for tonight?
As we're getting closer to the end of the regular season, I'm going to be watching out for how many sort of arranged endings we have, like as compared to sort of forced endings that were like drawn either on a stalemate line or by the time limit of VDL. So there have been quite a lot more like sort of arranged endings earlier on in the league where people like a strong alliance would, you know, get to like say a shared board top or like a board top for one of them if they were satisfied with that, and then they would call it a draw. And you know, it was very obvious that somebody could get more, but they would choose not to and choose to go with the ending that they were both satisfied with. So I'd be interested to see if the proportion of that kind of ending decreases.
And Adam.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, will we see some people willing to make some changes in their play and, you know, go for it in different ways than we've seen in the past? Break up that 8-year alliance to make your move, or do something across the other side of the board to influence things in your favor. Can we change that meta a little bit of this sort of kind of static play and get things going to see some longer results?
David.
I'm looking for changes in the leaderboard, in the sense that there are people, and Saren already pointed this out, that there's somebody that just has to have a third game here that's going to change a lot. But in addition to that, some of the people who've been on the sidelines, not playing every month necessarily, or not playing very much, even when they do play, maybe just one round instead of 2 rounds, are we going to see people looking at the statistics, realizing how many sessions are left, and deciding to jump back in with both feet? Let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, for me, I think how players will handle the pressure of of running out of games. The opportunities and those chances are becoming less and less. And one of the things I've played a lot, primarily in club play with the Windy City Weasels, but I played a lot of league diplomacy. And one of the things that's been interesting for me to observe is the veteran players and the players who are competing for the top. Sometimes the difference in who wins is based on how they cultivate relationships with newer players and welcome them into the hobby. Those new players may not feel like they've got a chance of winning the league for that year. So sometimes a player who's in contention can take those new players under their wing and help cultivate them, help them grow, help them feel comfortable, successful, motivated. And that sometimes can pay off in the long run, because whether it's competing for a top board or if you're in pure open play and you're competing for the win of a tournament or a league, towards the end of the season, success is often more about convincing other people that you're the person who wins, more so than trying to out-tactic or force that win. And if you can cultivate those relationships, often that can pay off and be the difference. So I'm really, really curious to see how, especially since we've got some newer players towards the top that may not have that multiple years of league experience, are they going to fall back with the group that they're comfortable with, the folks who helped get them there? Or are they going to be willing to grow their relationships with new players, take risks to invest in that with the hopes that it helps them towards the back of the season? All right, so we are going to go ahead and hand off to Saren and David. Adam and I are going to take a break, and we're going to get to our first VDL game of the night. Adam, thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and drop off the screen. Saren and David, I'm going to go ahead and transition you over for the game.
Well, I think there we go.
There we are. Hey, Saren, looking forward to this.
Hello, David. Brian has assured me that you'll keep me from saying anything too stupid, so let's go.
That only if I say the stupid thing first will I keep you from doing that, which is a possibility. So now we're looking at the 1 through 10 of the current VDL. I actually don't. I wonder if McCollis played today. I didn't actually look at the list to see if he played today. Saren, did you look?
Yeah, he did not play today.
Okay. I think Brandon was going to play, and I think Morgante was going to play for sure.
Yeah, Morgante did play, and if I saw correctly, I think Brandon is playing right now.
Ah, okay, good. Well, the game we're getting ready to see will be the one from the round 1, which would have been the, in the US, the early morning game, I guess the afternoon game if you're in the UK.
This is round 1, right?
Yes.
Yep. No, I think this is UK morning, 8 a.m. in the UK and some random time in the night for
Oh, I see. Okay. Right. Oh, that's right, because it would have been 3 a.m. Eastern time. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep. So early morning game even for the UK. That's quite a lineup that we're looking at there. I'm sure you've played with most of them.
Yep. It's a pretty interesting mix of players because you have longtime players like Klaus and Tom who are very strong. You have Tommy Anderson, who's gonna be Tommy. Some pretty strong newer players like Brony and Wardy, who have both been playing a lot and show a lot of potential. And then there's Peter Jumal, who is new and just started playing 2 weeks ago. So, yeah.
Well, the opening moves are here from Spring 01. We've got that Turkish opening that we're really seeing a lot of, Saren, with the move to Ankara. I think you're a fan of that, aren't you?
I'm not a fan of any opening as Turkey because I think it really sucks to play. But I mean, if you're not like set on having one ally, definitely if you're not set on allying Austria, then I think this is a decent opening.
You do not see very often, at least in modern play, the Italian opening. I am sending everybody west opening. There's nothing wrong with it. You just don't see it very often. So it's kind of interesting to see it here. We do see somebody in the channel, don't we?
Yeah, so it looks like an EGI, just everybody piling in on France. Certainly Italy's moves are suggesting very strongly, just screaming basically, I am going after France. And Tommy, although he moves Liverpool to Yorkshire instead of the more aggressive Wales, he does also go to the Channel. So it looks like everybody's quite committed to attacking France, at least in Spring 01.
Yeah, that bounce in Burgundy might have been arranged, but might not have been. I often order up there even without an arranged bounce.
Yep.
Well, the English move is to go ahead and take Belgium. You think that's interesting or to be expected?
I mean, Tommy's moves look like quite a bit of a hedge to me. Like putting the fleet in Norway, that is probably to make Farron happy. Going to Belgium instead of like going straight for Brest, which is understandable if you don't know if the French player will be leaving Brest open. So I mean, it's fine. Like I think if you're set on the EG and you want to go after France, like ordering to Brest is probably a strictly stronger order. But like if he's concerned about not getting it, then it makes sense to go to Belgium.
Mm-hmm. Look at the East. We don't often see the AT rearing its head in fall of 01. I love Astro Turk alliances myself, but you don't see them very much. And here we are.
Yep.
And people might wonder why the Austrian moved to Bohemia. It's because the Austrians are building two, and they wanted to put 2 more units on the Galicia thing instead of having one stuck in Vienna and having to build in Trieste. That's why they did it that way.
Yep.
All right. Spring 1902. Anything jump out at you first?
So the Italian does what some people are calling like a Western version of the Lepanto, where like Tyrrhenian convoys it to Tunis so that it can then move on to Lyon, which is fair enough because Roni wants to attack France, and it seems that everybody else also wants to attack France. So he's not alone, and we'll see how well it goes for each of the 3 people who are in this joint attack. Farron loses Sweden, and Farron is also getting attacked by the AT in the south. So that is not the greatest situation to be in Russia. What are you seeing here, David?
That the Germans are not going to help Russia; they're going to hurt Russia. In other words, they're going to join in the thing. Look, they're already in Silesia. Not only have they already taken Sweden, they prevented the Russians from retreating to Baltic. So clearly, an EG situation. Although the Germans are sending a lot of units east. We'll see if that slows down the destruction of the French. Well, they get into Burgundy. The Italians get into Marseille. Not great. English are in mid-Atlantic. I mean, to be expected if everybody attacks you, even when you're France. It's hard to have a great game. The convoy to Apulia. What do you think the convoy to Apulia means?
I mean, that's pretty interesting. It looks like Roni is slow playing in the east because he's not, really going after anyone in particular. And it makes sense that he can't launch like a full-fledged attack on Turkey at this point with one fleet in the Ionian. So if you're not going to do anything, it makes sense to get that army back onto the mainland from Tunis. So I like that move.
I do too. Well, you might as well get that. Sometimes that army gets stranded there when you have other things to do, and he's making sure that doesn't happen. Chris Kelly's making a good point about the North Sea already being vacant here. That is some pretty strong EG arranging. And in the fall turn, look, the St. Pete's already gone. Wow. That is quite a quick opening for both of the Western and Eastern alliance structures, don't you think?
Yep. I mean, my question would be where Italy fits into all of this, because if there's going to be a strong AT in the east and a strong EG in the west, and Italy is sort of in between,
Well, I'm sure Roni's hoping that to unhinge one of those. He's helping the Germans into Gascony, so he's hoping to build a relationship here that'll allow him to be the one standing. But it's always true, or at least in the old days, it used to be true. What is Italy going to do? Most recently, it's become, these very strong AI alliances. That's not what we've got here. We've got passivity between them, but it's not as if they're working strongly together. So you're right. That's going to be an interesting question. There's not going to be much of a question about where Russia fits in. Russia fits into the dustbin of history, apparently.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. Like it looks like Farron wrote all the right orders, and she really got jumped from the start.
Of course, that's the strength of the AT alliance is the ability, particularly if Russia is not expecting it, to jump on their target quickly. That's one of the advantages of an AT, actually.
Mm-hmm. Wow, loses Sev, keeps Warsaw and Moscow for now, with support from the Germans.
Yes. Oh, what are the Germans going to build? Okay, they build the army. That makes sense. Well, I was wondering if they might decide this might be a time to make a change, but it doesn't look like it. All right, so the Italians are going to take Spain. They got 3 units on it. They're going to take Spain. The English had been in North Africa, go to Western Mid. I wonder what is about to happen. I mean, France is essentially dead. It's the moment of truth time in 1904 for what happens with Italy. The comment you were making earlier about what's Italy's relationship going to be. Greece to Ionian, probably not a great idea. Probably not great for the Italians.
Is this the turn we see the true Tommy Anderson? Well, he tries to take Spain, but Roni is not having any of that, which is very fair.
True. Well,
Farron,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, Farron stays on 2 by have if the Turks go to Warsaw and she bounces Moscow, she stays in St. Pete and keeps Moscow, which is as good as she could have done this year.
That's really true. The AT looks like it's sticking together. They have basically already jumped onto the actually, wait a minute. They didn't take Naples. I just realized that. So maybe
Is
that's
this
not
a real attack on Italy? A real attack?
I think that's the question, because normally you would go ahead and take Naples there. So that's a very interesting choice that Klaus made. Honestly, I'm not sure what the point of that is, because Austria needs a place to grow. I don't know where they're going to grow if it's not going to be against the Italians. Now he takes
Naples. Yep.
But at least for now, it looks like the AT sticking together. Now, there's going to be some instability here if the Turks can't figure out a way to get their units onto a front where they can make progress. There's going to be instability in that alliance. They're going to be tempted to do something easier, like take Romania. Let's figure out what's happening in the West if we can, Saren.
Okay, the West first. I mean, the West looks relatively all right. Just like England repositions, Germany repositions. Germany takes Warsaw, which is going into the East, where a lot of interesting things happen this turn.
Certainly do, because now you do have Romania going. You have the Turks taking Naples with support of the Italians, while the Austrians take Venice, because Italy had to leave Venice to cover Rome.
Yeah.
So it was quite a lot going on there, but it's not really good for anybody except Wardy, I would argue. Now, Wardy does lose Warsaw, though, I just noticed.
Everything going on in the East looks a lot like a combination of like agreed things and, partial betrayals to me. Like, it looks like a lot of these moves could have been like partially agreed, and then they were just like, you were going to give me 1 dot, I'm just going to take a 2nd dot as well.
Tom moving back to Holland was interesting. There's not complete trust between him and Tommy.
It's probably wise when it's Tommy behind your lines.
Tombstone. although Berlin's convoying to Livonia. I mean, Tom's in. He's in Venice. He's in Tyrolia. Yep. I mean, he's off to the races. Rest in peace, Peter, in Portugal there. English are taking Marseille. If the EG stick together here, they can make some progress, and then maybe one of them stab the other. That's really good for nobody except Wardy. If there's enough pressure from the West, maybe he can make even more progress in the East and start taking over. But look, he's lost Sevastopol.
Yep.
Farron has not given up on this game.
Yeah, she's, like, it's a position where a lot of players would be dead by now, and Farron is still on 2 and still having still talking to everyone, as evidenced by the support of Galicia into Romania. And if anyone can play with pressure on them, it's Farron. So it's not entirely surprising to see her managing.
Yeah, that's very true. Look at Tommy leaving Marseille.
Yeah,
but ordering to Tunis. But also ordering to Brest because he's really afraid of Tom, so he doesn't go to the Western Med. So it looks like he's coming to some kind of arrangement, maybe with Roni, because he's more worried about Tom than he is about going into the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm. I think Roni builds from this, doesn't he? Yeah, Roni builds. It looks like there was an agreement for Roni to go into like the Ionian or something, and for Tommy to fill up into Tunis, but Roni was just like, no, I'm going to take the build.
Tommy's really worried about Tom building too.
Probably. Yeah, it's 2 armies though.
Yeah, it's 2 armies. Does the EG stick together? There's certainly a lot of holding and a lot of moving around to prevent each other from doing anything screwy, as opposed to putting units on the front line, against the East.
That is a lot of holding, a lot of units defending against your ally. Yeah, well, but Tom just keeps growing. He takes Vienna.
I was getting ready to say it's a lot of holding while Tom gets bigger.
And
where is Tom E going to get bigger? Well, he takes
Marseille. That's one. But but Germany takes Trieste. So I think this is going to put Tom ahead of Tommy by 3 at the end of this turn, isn't it?
Yeah. Now Tommy has put the army into Picardy to maybe try to change the equation a little bit, but it's that German line there on the supply center chart is awfully gaudy in how high it has gone, how quickly it has gone so high.
Yeah, that is a pretty nice growth trajectory for Germany. Can't say I'm very familiar with that kind of growth myself, but Tom looks to be doing very well himself.
I mean, a reason this happened is because Wardy stabbed Klaus.
Yep.
Because if the AT sticks together, they could put up much more of a fight than Turkey can do by himself, with Austria and Russia going backwards against the Turks instead of, worrying about the Germans coming. And there they the game over.
That's how the game ends. I mean, fair enough. Like if you're Tom, and you already have, I think you already had like one decent VDL score before this, like a decently sized board top. This is going to put him on 2 board tops and probably a pretty good placement. So, I mean, everybody else, I don't know. Do you think anyone should have played on here?
Well, I think the question becomes, should Tommy have played on? I mean, England's always got a built-in advantage being in the corner behind the Germans. But the Germans are so far ahead here. I'm not sure I disagree with Tommy just going ahead and ending it here. And this was just a devastating, well-played game by Tom, but certainly helped by the fact that the Eastern Alliance structure fell apart when it did.
Yep.
It's almost like negotiations and player relationships and dynamics mean more than anything else in this game. It's almost like that.
It's almost like the game is about diplomacy, David. I hadn't thought of it that way. But oh no, what happened?
This would be the next game we're getting ready to do, which would be VDL 73 from round 2, I believe.
Yep.
So we'll see which of our analysts are to take care of that one.
All right, we'll go ahead and pull Adam in. Adam, welcome. And David, we're going to thank you and see you later in the show. All right, I'm going to leave it to Adam and Saren. Thanks.
Hey, Adam.
Thanks, Brian. Hey, Saren. It's great to be calling a game with you. You want to run down the list of the players to start?
Yeah, so this is a strong board with quite a few pretty big names. We have Jason Mastbaum, who is everybody's favorite tournament winner from Whipping earlier this year. There is Evan, who's been getting super strong results across multiple events. Chris Brown, who recently came in second in Weaselmoot. Tom DeGrief, super strong player, just topped the previous board. Morgante, who is everybody's other favorite tournament winner. Cedric, who is also known as Audacious Hand and is one of the hosts of Ed's Diplomats podcast and is a longtime extended deadline player. We'll see how his skills translate to face-to-face. And there's Daniel, who is a relatively newer player to virtual, but has been showing a lot of promise.
This is just a crazy board. What I'm really going to be looking for here is, given Tom's pretty dominant board top in the first round, does that impact how players are going to view him in round 2? That's something we see in the meta of tournaments very frequently. I don't know if it's going to play out in this league game or not, but I'm very curious. Do you want to do the play-by-play, Saren?
Yeah, sure. So just looking at the West, immediately stands out is the bounce in Burgundy. This looks like it's arranged because of how Evan has set himself up to have a position over Belgium, despite being bounced in Burgundy. But it is quite problematic that Venice has gone to Piedmont, which means he can't safely take Spain, as well as Portugal. In the East, nothing super special from Austria or Russia, but the Turkish opening to Constantinople and not bouncing the Black Sea is something that stands out as displaying a certain amount of trust in Russia.
I think the thing that's really notable, that's the letting Russia into the Black Sea is really interesting. The Western moves, I think what's really notable is the final position means that Evan really can't move Marseille to Spain because Piedmont has nothing to do except just following to Marseille, right? So now there's a negotiation between Evan and Jason over what is going to happen in Belgium. Germany has no play there. What's your pitch if you're Evan here, Saren?
It's hard to say what my pitch would be if I were Evan, because I I can't say how Evan would think. Like, what my pitch would be if I were France, if it were me playing there, would be the usual pitch that, Jason, we're gonna be really good allies. If you let me have Belgium, I probably build 2 armies, and we can be best friends, because there's not really any other pitch that Jason is gonna be happy hearing. Like, he's certainly not gonna want a fleet in Brest.
Right. That's right. Okay, let's see what happens.
Mm.
Oh,
Wow.
how about that? That's the successful pitch right there.
That's
The best
very
of all
successful.
worlds.
I mean, the bounce in Holland. Wow. No, that is aggressive. It looks like Chris was really sold on the idea that there would be an EG here, moved to Burgundy again, and bounced Russia out of Sweden. It's the most pro-English moves he could have put in. And Jason just says, nope, we're not doing it. My friend is Evan.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So Marseille just held, and Piedmont didn't even go for Marseille, as it turned out. He could have got 3, but of course he did the right thing, I think, by holding Marseille there. I think the other things to note are the convoy to Tunis, and what's really interesting, bizarre, is the Russians in the Black Sea convoy the Turks into Romania rather than taking it themselves. I don't know that I have seen that in a really long time, especially in a position where Russia gets bounced out of Sweden for no builds.
This is like an up-tempo tactic that you read about in the strategy articles. People are like, this is a cool thing because it means that Russia can support themselves into Galicia, as Tom does here. So you get tempo on an AI, but like, it's so aggressive. It commits so hard to the RT. Like, I mean, it's
So
dangerous.
Is the expectation 2 fleets here? It's probably an army and a fleet, right?
I don't know. Like, I mean, for sure a fleet in Smyrna, but the other one is debatable depending on circumstances. But Tom doesn't get a build, so this isn't great for him.
No.
Yep, 2 armies from Evan. And
2 fleets for Cedric. 2 armies for Evan and 2 fleets for Cedric. So everybody made the right pitches to get their alliance. So it looks like we have an EF, we have an RT, and maybe an AI or something like that. This could be quite interesting.
Wow. So Morgante puts in a strong set of orders to defend all his centers, which was absolutely needed because the RT are coming for him. But the interesting thing here is that Tom supports himself into Romania, currently a Turkish center, and it disbands instead of retreating to Seb, where it could have gone.
Yeah, I mean that clearly shows that Cedric is on board with Tom here, in spite of Morgante's great defense. I think the other point in the West is we have Evan supporting the English army down into Holland. Probably no surprise there. Bouncing in Sweden. This is really just strong EF play right here for positioning. The German army in Burgundy is a little bit annoying, but it's actually probably less annoying in Picardy than Burgundy. Got to take some guesses either way.
Yep. I mean, Evan can cover everything. It's just like a hassle.
Yeah, and he does.
Yeah, it's a headache because Evan has to waste time covering shit while Jason grows. So it is an EF, but it is very, very nice for Jason to have that German army in Picardy.
Yeah. What else do we have? Yeah, Italy convoys back. I think there's not a lot of motion in the RT world, except the build now goes back to Russia. So it turns out what was sort of a clever 1901 play sort of puts us back into kind of the normal position here with Turkey at 4 and Russia having the 5 or the Romania.
But Italy's in Silesia, Adam.
Yeah, that's
Daniel Martel there from Venice.
That is different.
Is it to help Morgante? Yes, it is to help.
Indeed, it is. Yeah.
And Tom decides, he doesn't want to do the RT anymore. He's going to convoy into Ankara. We'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think if that's the way the winds were blowing, it's maybe not a terrible play for Tom to do that. The problem that he's going to have is he's still got the AI behind him. Yeah. Right? It doesn't do anything about the AI. So if the point was, I now have AI on side and we're doing an AIR, and maybe I'll be to do a long-term alliance with Italy or with Austria, that's perfectly fine. But the moves don't really play out to that kind of scenario. So I think this was probably a mistake for Tom to do this.
Yeah, I mean Tom's a very strong player, so I'm sure like he had belief in like one or both of Italy or Austria to like be with him after this move, but it might not be happening.
Yeah, let's see how that goes.
Daniel walks into Warsaw. Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, this is interesting, right? Because Tom makes that decision, but then what does he do rather than covering Warsaw? I mean, he makes the moves that are very protective against Austria, right? Assuming that Turkey and Austria are now going to attack him. So he really just did not have confidence that anybody was on side there. He does manage to take Khan, I guess. So he loses 2, he gains 2. It's not really going to be that much of a good show for him in this turn. What's going on in the West here? Let's see.
Jason Mascom continues to grow.
Yeah, Jason takes Denmark and St. Petersburg and gives Evan Holland, which is sort of pretty logical there. It looks like Evan is probably freeing himself up to build a fleet in Marseille so that they can kind of get involved in the Southern theater. And this is great EF play, right? If you want to play for a long-term alliance, those fleets for France, you build them in the south, you're in a position to play against the west, the eastern part of the board. So let's see if that's actually what happens, indeed. And the two army build for Jason, you think it's the right time to build 2 armies or maybe a little bit early for that?
I think it's the right time. He doesn't need more fleets at this point. Like, he has control over all the major sea spaces he could possibly need. Like, the more armies you get onto the continent early, like, the greater your chances are for a big result later down the line. Okay, puts Russia into Sweden.
Because why not?
Looks like Chris may think, I don't know, he's Berlin to Prussia. He may think he has himself a Janissary deal. Don't know if he has himself one, actually, because Evan looks keen to just take Munich, and Jason looks on board with that. And Morgante attacking Tom, so definitely this is an AI, and they don't have any room for Russia in the alliance.
Yeah, I mean, Russia's got nothing going on here. I think that, and again, I think that's maybe not surprising from what we saw earlier. I think that, I'm curious to see how long the EF can last. I think it can and probably should last a while in this game. They both have growth avenues well beyond where they're at right now. France has plenty of growth in the south. Munich, Berlin is there. England can push into Russia. Why disturb something when it's working for at least the time being? Though I'm sure there's still a lot of jockeying going on with respect to the negotiations here.
Interesting. Yeah, that is a really good point by Evan, because I mean there's an argument to be made that if Jason had built a fleet there, like that would have been the last opportunity he really had to build a fleet without angering France. But it seems that Evan already picked up on that and asked for no fleet. So that's I think that's pretty well by Evan.
Conversely, I'm not entirely convinced that there's not a case to be made that England wants to get some fleets into Baltic Bothnia area, and if that's the purpose here, actually that's very good for France. And England putting so many armies into the middle of the board is not necessarily a good long-term strategy for France either. So there's a little bit of a damned if you do, a damned if you don't situation, I think.
Yep. That's fair, Adam. So Chris Brown turns around and holds Berlin for one more turn. Jason Masbom does not take Sweden, so Tom is going to keep that. But Tom is pretty much dead everywhere else on the board because Morgante and Daniel are just rapidly dismantling his southern holdings.
Yeah, I think the real challenge here is if I mean, we can look at this from the perspective of different players, but Italy seems fairly strung out, right? When you've got your home centers, but then you're sort of overextended, you're sitting with Cannes and Warsaw. Those are not things that you're going to be able to hold in the long term of this game. So the question you need to be asking yourself as Italy is, what is my plan here to not get gobbled up when it's the right time for somebody to do that. And I'm a little fearful that, hey, I got France on one side, I got Austria on the other. I'm working with Austria, but I'm not going to be able to. That's the only place I can really get dots. But if I do that, then I'm leaving myself vulnerable to France. This is not a great position for Italy in spite of the 6 center situation.
Yeah, at this point, Italy is gonna maintain their position by the goodwill of Morgante, which is, it could be worse because Morgante is an alliance player and more likely to keep to such a deal than some other players may be. But still, like, you're not gonna top the board unless you find a way to shake things up somehow.
Yeah, so this is where it starts to get interesting, right? Now you've got France in Warsaw, you've got England in Berlin, taking Sweden. Now England is starting to run out of centers. So this is really where the question comes, can they continue to push? Should they continue to push? Or is something going to change after the builds this turn?
Jason walks out of Sweden.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, right? You want to keep, it makes sense to keep Russia with some units down there. You still want to slow down the opposing alliance. Sweden's there anytime you want it.
Yeah, and Evan loses Munich here, so he's in a position of pretty significant vulnerability compared to Jason here. And while Jason looks to still be on board this turn, how much further is Jason going to get in the east? Like, it doesn't look like he's going to get really into Austria with the way that Austria is right now, so it's got to look tempting.
Yeah, you might have liked to see Barents pull back to Norwegian that turn, or to Norway or something, so that it's in a position to do something more productive, let's say.
Productive. I'm not sure I'd like the sound of that if I were Evan. Okay. Jason continues progressing. Evan is not making much progress, like, other than taking Munich, which is, basically assisted by Jason. Like, he's not making any progress in the Med.
No, I think the flip side, though, is, even if I'm playing England right now, I want to position myself to top this board, but I also want to position myself to top it in a way that I'm not worried about Austria claiming everything on the other side of the board. And I want Austria to be forced to continue working with Italy, because if Austria doesn't continue working with Italy, then France is going to break through, and that's going to be a problem for everyone over there. So actually, I'm not so quick to be thinking about stabbing in this position, even if I might not grow for a few years. I might have to let this play out and see where things go before I'm actually contemplating that. Because the problem is, if I stab too soon, then I'm basically ceding the entirety of the East to Austria.
Yep. Well,
okay, now here it is.
Goes ahead and stabs.
Let's see if I'm right or wrong.
Yeah. No, Adam, that's something to watch out for. I thought it was quite interesting how you phrased it. It made a lot of sense, So.
Okay, so how many does Jason? He takes 4 centers. So he takes Warsaw, Holland, Belgium, and Sweden this turn. So 3 off of France, though France only goes down 1. So why does France only go down 1? Do they have some piff?
Well, Sweden was Russia's. Warsaw was piffed.
And they took Munich. So they took 2 but went down 3.
Oh.
So they're net 9 minus 1.
Yep. Wow. If it became gunboat, it would be a pretty good position for England, but your opponents can talk, and I don't think Evan's going to be very happy with Jason at this juncture.
That's probably an understatement, Saren.
Well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah, so herein lies the rub, right? So what? Let's look at what just transpired as a result of that stab. So now all of the Italian units move to the west and to the south. So now Italy is leaving themselves wide open, which could change if they make significant gains, but I'm not sure they're going to so fast. And now you have Austria also in a position where, okay, as England, you're now defending against Austria. You just lost Moscow. You had a little bit of a guess there. Maybe you could have protected it, but you had a little bit of a guess and you guessed wrong. Now Warsaw is going to be threatened. Now Warsaw is threatened. Soon, other things are going to be threatened in the middle of the board. Maybe Munich is going to be threatened, even though it's not yours, but you don't want Austria there either.
Yeah, no, Moscow was guaranteed here for Austria. So like,
I think Silesia to Galicia though, and Musk. I mean, there were guesses, right? I mean, I think that Warsaw could have cut Ukraine. The way that Morgante attacked it. Can we go back a turn? So I think the way that it was attacked. Let's see. You're right. It was guaranteed. Yep. Yeah.
wow, that's not good for Jason. Loses Warsaw as well.
No. This could have been prevented, right? St. Petersburg tapping Moscow. You're right. Warsaw. The last turn was not. Yeah, that's not an optimal situation right now. They just got kicked out of Russia, so you gained 3 French dots at the expense of losing 2 dots to Austria, and Italy's pulling back from out of France. That's actually probably to England's benefit to some extent.
Is this Daniel actually defending though? Like, because they're still very much helping Evan in the West. Like, is this them trying to defend against Morgante, or is this just them vacating Marseille so they don't make Evan disband? I mean, they do go back to the Tyrrhenian Sea, but that could have been like a request of Evan as well. Like, I don't know. Like,
yeah, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. It could have been a request of Evan that they're still working with him. But again, look at this. We've got Austria +3 and Italy. Okay, +1 from Khan, I guess. Okay. I mean, you're still pretty hyperextended as Italy here.
Yeah, it's Italy doing all the frontline work and Austria sitting back and having all the position and most of the dots.
Yep. Bunch of armies come down. Okay.
I don't like this for Jason.
No, it's kind of terrible, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, the orders look this turn like everybody is working together in the south, like France, Italy, and Austria. It looks like they are all coordinated. Like, these moves look very much agreed upon, honestly.
Right, you've basically forced the last Russian unit to go to Syria. You've pushed yourself up. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens with a premature stab. I think Jason's going to pay, and I hate to say it, but I think I was probably right that I think Morgante is going to top this board. Yeah, and now Munich goes, and that was guaranteed because there was complete coordination between the French and the Austrians right there. There was no way that move couldn't work. This is the players, right? This is basically Morgante using presumably Evan's frustration with Jason against them. I mean, if you're Jason, a year ago, you probably needed to figure out a way to patch this up with Evan.
Yeah, like Morgante is very, very good at taking advantage of like alliances between other people falling apart, and especially when there are premature stabs, he's very good at using that to get himself a board top. And like, I mean, unless something drastically changes on the board, it's already happening. So
and look at this now. We're in the dominant position against Italy. We're basically in the dominant position for the entirety of the East here. So now Morgante's at 12, Jason's at 11, but there's quite a bit more pushing that can happen here very, very easily on Morgante's part.
If it looks like Evan here, like Evan is still going after Jason, still fully committed to working with Daniel and Morgante, even though Daniel just took Spain. So this is not Evan really like gonna be like, Jason, Jason, can we like patch this back up and like get decent scores for ourselves? This is just like Evan being like, I'm going after Jason.
Absolutely. I think that Jason's window closed about a year and a half ago. I think he really needed to look at the position probably about a year after the stab and say, go to Evan with his tail between his legs and say, this was wrong. Let me get you back some centers. We need to stop this in the middle of the board. Otherwise, it's going to be a disastrous result for both of us. We both have the potential to maybe not top at this point, but maybe to still get a good result out of this game.
Mm-hmm. Morgante, making progress.
Look at that convoy, Gascony to London.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, this like Evan. To be fair, like if you're all working together and totally committed to each other, this is probably the better move over putting the channel in London. But it's just like Evan is not getting these gains; he's helping Daniel get these gains in Italy.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly clear that he doesn't probably is mostly interested in making sure Jason's game is not successful more than caring about his result at this point. And it's understandable. You're down to 3 centers, your home centers. You don't have a huge gain prospect, so hey, And Morgante again is +3. Morgante's now at 14. Okay,
14.
Are we in solo territory yet? He just puts down the fleet. I mean, and Italy built an army here, but is so out of position. I mean, is Morgante in a solo position here, Saren?
I think that if you're the kind of player who makes solo runs, this is a good place to make a solo run.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, you've got the Italian unit in Smyrna as a fleet, right? So that's not any threat to you. So that's 15, and then 3 more centers. We're talking.
I mean, is it 15? Like, it'll take a few turns to like shift those around to be useful. Like if it was the fleet in Con and the army in Ankh, it would be much.
Yeah, you can't get it right away. I mean, you got to move things around, assuming that there's going to be a defense against it. But I mean.
Well, this is definitely Morgante warring with everyone in the way to a solo, but Jason Masbaum is helping him. Belgium supports Ruhr to Burgundy.
Oh, and we also missed the fact that St. Petersburg was hanging in the wind here as well.
Oh, did Jason pull like next to St. Petersburg?
He must have pulled Norway, or I don't know what Yeah, Finland. Yeah. So I mean, this is Morgante's game to get 18 probably.
Nobody's stopping him.
I mean, there's not a lot of willpower left on this board, and you see this a lot in games, right? I mean, the frustration that takes place over the course. They've been playing for 5 hours by now. This is 1910. The level of frustration and the level of emotion that's in people's minds at this point is probably making it very difficult to make optimal decisions about actually trying to stop. And if there's no one actually trying to rally the other players to stop 18, it won't happen. I bet it can be stopped. I see a comment by Ed that he can be stopped. I'm sure he can be, but is there a willpower on the board to do it?
I would agree with you, Adam, that a lot of this is attrition because, like, if Jason was, like, fully committed to throwing the solo to Morgante, like, he could have just given it to him last turn, and he didn't. So it looks like Jason just doesn't care enough to stop it, and nobody really cares enough to, or is able to rally the board at this point, so...
Yeah, the only issue may be time may not be on his side. I don't know what the...
Yeah, no. It is Winter 10. No. Video games, actually, a lot of them end at this point, so...
Yeah. Do we have a spring? Oh, we do have a spring. Okay. And now we've got Kiel. Look, Denmark holds. I mean, we're covering. Okay, it's a guess, but why not at least move Denmark to Kiel if you're going to cover Holland like that, right? I mean, this is just, I think, laziness on Jason's part, right?
I mean, it doesn't really make any difference because, like, if Morgante gets Kiel, like, he will support himself into it. So, like, hold whatever. Yeah. But it's not.
Yeah, I mean, but London to Wales. I mean, go down to why isn't it north to Helgoland? Or I mean, those were pretty bizarre tactical decisions by Jason right there. Jason is too good a player to play that way normally. I really think he's probably checked out or just thinking this game is about to end or something along those lines, because that's not the kind of play that you would normally see from him.
I mean, it could just be ending this year because.
Yep.
But that's Kiel, so that's
plus one. Kiel is 17. Smyrna is 18. So why?
Apulia goes to Con.
But Apulia goes to Con, so we're down at 17. Yep. And now we're going to time out. Watch. I bet we're going to time out now. Okay.
Yeah. No, that was quite an interesting play. Like Finland supporting Denmark to Sweden and then trying to backfill into Denmark like that. That is Morgante going for it.
That's cute. It's cute. Yeah. It's super cute.
Yeah. Game over. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, this if it hadn't timed out, this is a solo.
Oh yeah. This is a solo. You've got to. This must be a timeout ending, but yeah, there wasn't a will. I mean, there's a lot of ways to 18 here from this position. Even if you don't get Khan, you have to chase that Italian army around a little bit. I mean, you know, Holland is up in the wind. Maybe you get a French center. I mean, yeah.
Got a couple notes on this game. Looks like winter of 06, there was a proposed draw, and it was vetoed.
That's totally shocking, Brian.
And then there was another draw vote in spring of 1910 that was also vetoed.
I think that means, you know, maybe that could mean Morgante is sniffing the solo here, which he must be if he put down the second fleet. So he's got nothing to lose by playing on at that point. So I commend him if he was the one who vetoed that. I mean, there's no downside to continuing to play.
I mean, it is true to say, you know, maybe if it hadn't been timed out, he would have won. But also, if it wasn't a timed game, the situation might be different anyway.
Fair.
So it's one of those things. It's hard to know.
Absolutely, David.
At the top of the game, we were talking about how are players going to respond to the pressure of having fewer opportunities to get those big scores. And we've also talked about the idea of celebrating people going for it, people making those moves, taking those risks. So Morgante went for it, and this was a very exciting game. And Jason went for it. I think we had two players that were taking those risks, and paid off for one and not the other. But it was exciting. It was fun to watch, and I'm sure there was a lot of stress in this game. But I also think this is I mean, it looked like a fun game. Like, this was some quality play. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Wow, timing is important. Timing is so important.
Well, just to follow up on the stress point for a second, I think this is something that's instructive for us all to remember. Diplomacy is a stressful game anyway. Just playing a house game can be stressful by itself. But when you're talking about an entire year's full of league games, there's going to be some stresses and strains. There's going to be people losing their cool. There's going to be people, you know, figuratively throwing the board up and running and leaving. There's going to be some of that because it's a very emotional game. And those who can control those emotions or take advantage of other people's emotional outbursts are the ones who succeed.
Yeah, in my experience, some of the very best diplomacy players build positive relationships. They are patient. They wait for someone else to make someone else mad and then take advantage of that. All right. Well, let's transition on to our next game. We're going to say farewell to Saren. We will see Saren later in the night. She's going to be providing pre-recorded video coverage of the Nexus Gunboat League. But we are saying goodnight to Saren for tonight because it's extremely late in the UK right now. So, Saren, thank you so much for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure. Looking forward to catching up with you after it's a better hour.
Yep. Thanks for inviting me, Brian. It was really fun, and see you soon.
Thanks, Saren.
And I, too, I'm going to drop off, and I'll transition this over to David and Adam to call this game.
Well, you got to give me Adam back.
All right, let me remove the rape.
There I am.
Although I could have had a fun time arguing with myself, if I can do that.
Dave, we don't need to argue. We're not on a board together.
Waiting for the chance to do that. Well, look at this lineup has some interesting characters on it. I don't know Ian. So that's always fun to see somebody play for the first time. Great to see Roney back, and we've got Johnny Gillum making his appearance for the first time tonight, and Sabi.
Yep, Roni, who we had the interview with, Tommy again, Aiden Lewis, and Class de Gref, seeing him again. Okay, so let's look at Spring 01. I think in the West, we see France open to the English Channel. England does not, but moves the army down to Wales. Maybe predicting something, or maybe this is some kind of weird coordination between the English and the French. That would be interesting. In the East, we see Italy make the move up to Tyrolean following into Venice, usually not terribly friendly to the Austrian there, whereas we get the usual bounces in the Black Sea and Galicia.
That go to the English Channel and move your army to Wales could be the setting up of what I call a Zhang Popov move, because those two guys did that back at the fall of last year where they convoyed the English army to Belgium. We'll see if that's what is up to, what the silliness we're up to here.
That'd be super fun.
Yep, I did.
Indeed. And you were right, David. Absolutely. So there you go. We've got the English convoyed into Belgium by the French, and then that frees up the fleet in the North Sea to bounce Holland. Well, try to bounce Holland, except that the Germans either sniffed it out or just weren't taking any chances here because they supported themselves in, wisely as it turns out. The Russians get Sweden unopposed. Another bounce in the Black Sea, allowing the Russians to take Romania and Galicia. Austria makes maybe the inadvisable moves of supporting themselves back into Trieste in this turn, rather than doing the safe thing and supporting themselves to Greece. I think this is a mistake we see probably very commonly in newer players. It's certainly understandable that one would do that in this situation, but the reality is the risk of losing Trieste is much of a less of a risk than actually getting yourself into the two builds. And as we saw in this case, it was entirely unfounded anyway, since Tommy ended up moving into Munich.
Yeah, that's just a rookie mistake, but Ian will learn from that, and everyone else watching this will learn from that. Don't do that. Yep. Go ahead and take Greece in that situation. That's right. Just write Trieste off. Really, who benefits from that is not the Italians; it's the Turks, who get right into Greece.
Yeah, and this could be problematic for the Austrians in this position. I mean, it's no surprise to see Italy build that army in Venice. Actually, the builds by Italy, to me, sniff of one of those overland Lepanto types of things where they might be going to attack France through Munich. What do you think about that, David?
It's either that or he's trying to be, play friendly with the Turks by not building the fleet in Naples.
Yeah,
sort of a tip off.
The other really interesting build is Aiden's build of Fleet St. Pete North Coast. That's always very provocative and very interesting.
And that's what you do it for, is to put that fleet in Norway. There are many experienced players who think that is too aggressive for Russia in the beginning of 2002. I disagree. I like to get, if I'm going to go up there, I'm going to go up there now, by gosh. I like it. I
particularly like it when you have Germany on side. You've got Germany moving Denmark to the North Sea, which would have cut the potential support. It didn't come anyway, but a lot of times you'll see North Sea support Norway in that situation. But you've got Germany on side, so it's a great play. The RG alliance is, I think, underused and can be super powerful when it's played right.
Now, what you don't want to see as the Russians is an AT taking Romania and getting into Galicia and going to the Black Sea. You don't want that.
No.
This is the second game tonight where we've seen some AT cooperation when Italy goes west, which is almost exactly the opposite of some of the meta lately, where everybody's jumping on Turkey and everybody's sending their units southeast. It's exactly the opposite of what's happening here.
Wait, Italy going west? What direction is Italy going in here, David?
They were going west. Now they're not. Now they're not.
Tommy, what are you doing?
Well, he does. I mean, he was already cooperating with the French in Munich. I guess they decided to be friends instead of enemies, and so he supports the French into Ruhr.
Total change of plans.
You know, you don't really see the Italian move into Munich in spring of in 1901. It's usually just about building the extra fleet. In this case, it really was a sustained offensive
Well,
against
look at this.
Germany.
He's in Kiel.
Yeah, yeah. He had Berlin. He traded it for Kiel.
I think this is not going to play out for Tommy well in the long game. I think these are not centers that he's going to be able to hold. I think he's probably just vying time for France to take them from him.
Yeah, it's one thing to do all of that, but maybe you continue, or at least maybe now jump against France again or something. But it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. The Turkish position is pretty interesting. Yeah, he's going east. Tommy's going east instead of going west.
Yeah, I mean, what's got to bother you is like his last turn. If this was what was on his mind, why didn't Tyrrhenian Sea move to the Ionian so that he could get both fleets out? He really lost some momentum if this was the plan.
I guess he was trying to disguise his plan, but sometimes you disguise your plan and you make it half a plan.
Yeah, look at this. You got the Austrians working with the Turks now. I think Claes must have talked Ian into working on side with him for a little bit, and
well, they were working together some earlier in the game as well. So there's clearly been some negotiation going on there with Klaus. I will say I already know that Klaus is going to get replaced in this game, so that doesn't sound good to me for what's going to happen here. But we'll see. I don't want us to get, since both of us know that, I don't want us to get too far ahead without go ahead and disclosing that to the viewers.
I think it was 1905, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk a little bit about the West. We've been focusing a lot on the East. What is actually going on in the West here?
Sabine actually moved a unit back to basically moved away from the English, and sort of made peace with Johnny instead going after Tommy's units or Tommy's centers in Germany, as you predicted earlier.
Well, is she going after them so much as just kind of pushing through Munich? I mean, she kind of pushed Tommy into Berlin. And it seems like that might have been just an exchange, right? Munich for Berlin kind of thing.
Fine. Whether you're doing it with agreement or not, you've decided that your growth potential is in Germany and not against the English.
But so much better when the person you're taking dots from is saying, thank you, please take another.
True. And all of this is happening, I'd like to point out, with one French fleet on the board, and it is anchored in a harbor. That is some diplomacy right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now it's time to build a second fleet, if you're France.
Yeah, you got to go somewhere, and I guess Tommy's looking attractive at this point, maybe.
Got another game where England has really gotten the jump on its enemies in Scandinavia, just like in the last game. You know, again, we've been through this the meta in the last several months has been everybody jumps on England. It's kind of refreshing that we've had a couple of games tonight where that hasn't been true.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like what Johnny's doing here. He's just methodically moving his units further to the east, and I think he's getting them into positions where they need to be. I like the move up to Barents Sea. I like the move into the Baltic with German support. You know, Germany's on their last legs, but trying to make themselves useful to stay in the game. Nice play by Johnny here.
Yeah, if you've got disruption in Germany, who's been destroyed, and Russia, who's got other things going on, England's going to win Scandinavia if France leaves them alone, which is exactly what happens here. France is still holding in Brest. Sabine is playing quite the long game here, depending on what Sabine's objectives might be here.
Yeah, you got to wonder, now that you've got that fleet down in Lyon, why are you not putting that fleet in Brest out into mid-Atlantic just to give yourself some more options on what to do?
Yeah, I think Sabine's giving Sabine options about going to English Channel, as I think what's happening.
Well, you got the same options from the Mid-Atlantic, though, right? I mean, you've got but you can also go to the West Med from there.
Yeah, I think Sabine is at least trying to sell to Tommy that Sabine is coming to help Tommy, not to bury him.
Sure.
So we'll see. See, look at that supporting Venice.
How about that? Oh, and now the Italians seem to stab the Turks. Is that what this is all about here?
Well, I don't know if it's really a stab. I mean, once Tommy sent all their units out that way, that was clearly anti-Turkish, or at least defensive against the Turks.
Everybody's kind of anti-Turkish right now, right? But the Austrians too turning around supporting that.
There's a lot of anti-Turkish sentiment here, which may be how we end up with a different Turkish player. Yeah, Sabine now taking Kiel in addition to Munich. And look, Brest finally has gone to the Mid-Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can do slow and steady, and it wins the race. We'll see if that's what happens with Sabine.
So let's see where we're at. We're at 8 for England, 7 for Sabine, and 7 for Italy. Well, I don't know. Whose position do you like? I would say it's probably not Italy's from my perspective.
It is not the Venetian Republic with their little colonies all over the world thing that Tommy's got going on here.
That's right.
That is not the strong position. You know, I might actually say Sabine because I think Sabine has a strong diplomatic position in this game.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, Johnny's position tactically is really quite good, though.
There's no question. They're both in good position for sure.
Yeah.
You get a good Western alliance going, and the East doesn't coalesce quickly enough. The West is going to win. It says Henry replaced Klaus. That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Now France is pushing right across the middle of the board, which is just really nice for them. Wow, they're in Bohemia, Tyrolia. I mean, that's a great place to be if you are France at this stage of the game. You don't have too many English armies in the middle of the board. You got that one hanging around the Low Countries, but you really don't have a lot to worry about here.
Second game in a row, we've had a strong EF jumping out of the gate and getting significant benefit from that and crossing the stalemate line so quickly. In the other game, it was England, of course, prematurely stabbing. So we'll see. You know, and when Jason did that stab, I wasn't sure it was premature. You thought it was. I wasn't positive it was, but it certainly was given the diplomatic situation where Jason was totally isolated. The question here is Sabine, who's still obviously very friendly with Tommy, does Sabine have the ability to do it? I mean, so the question with Sabine here is, where do you grow? Where's your front that you're going to grow on? Vienna, maybe?
Well, I think position-wise, you know, she's probably in a better position to start taking some Italian dots, actually, right, than English. And I would probably be thinking about taking those because Italy isn't really serving a lot of good right now. Turkey is basically on their last legs. So as long as you feel like Austria can be propped at this stage, you can get those Italian dots and not even have to upset your ally by doing it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Turkey's on. I mean, Turkey's still got 3 units, and they're in good defensive position.
That's fair.
And their help and Ian is apparently working, at least not working against the Turks at this point.
But I mean, look at this. We do have Vienna. I mean, this is
the only thing
nice.
Sabine could take really against somebody that was not their ally.
And I'll just point out, if this was arranged by Sabine, what had just happened last turn, that's quite nice, getting the Vienna army to move out into Trieste, into taking the Italian dot, moving Vienna to Trieste, while she took into Vienna. That's really nice diplomacy if she managed to work that out and get the Austrian to move in that way.
On the other hand, Germany's fleet shenanigan going to the North Sea has got to be anti-Sabine. That's got to be... They're getting ready to point that fleet against the French. That's got to be what that means.
Did the English just support the Germans there?
Yeah, the German fleet is coming out to go somewhere, and it's not going to England, I don't think. So we'll see it.
You know. Wow.
I'm expecting English Channel, maybe.
Let's see.
Got to be.
Yeah.
It's only, I mean, and Sabine knew it. That's why Sabine's moving Sabine's units back.
Wow.
On the other hand, as one says very often in diplomacy, 1908, the French moved from Vienna to Budapest. Not something you see actually very often.
No, but this is not like outright fighting between them, right? I mean, you still have...
No. Sabine and Tommy are allied, clearly, have been.
Yeah.
Sabine's
no, but I mean, even between Johnny and Sabine, it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense to hear Johnny say that. I mean, it looks like shenanigans more than if they were actually fighting. Why is Holland continuing to hold and Denmark continuing to hold there, right?
Because Holland, I don't know. So they're going to end the game. That's fine. Maybe it is shenanigans.
Cool.
That's sort of premature shenanigans then.
Did they convoy something? Were they convoying St. Pete to Syria or something?
I think it's isn't it just everybody ordering to Sebastian?
Yeah, it's something goofy like that.
Anyway, whatever it is, it's an arranged ending of some kind. So we'll see if Winter 08 is it. Nope.
No, we're still playing for some reason. Okay, so Johnny's ahead at 11, and Sabi is down to is at 9 now.
Soon to be in trouble. Look,
and soon to be in trouble. Yeah, so we had a draw there, but a draw vote there. But Johnny says, "Hey, there's more on my plate here." Yep.
Tommy's actually moving west now. In addition to being convoyed to Khan by the Turks, which as one does.
To take Bull? Yeah.
Yeah, I stand by my earlier, this shenanigans are not good for Sabi comment. I stand by that.
Is it good for Tommy, though? He just he lost Romania. He never took Sev. I guess he took Warsaw. No, I think this is okay for him.
You mean for Johnny?
Yeah, for Johnny.
Yeah. Yeah, took Kiel.
Oh, Farron Jane replaced Sabi after. Oh. Okay. All right, so a couple replacements in this game.
Well, Sabi, left as the Germans went to the English Channel, so that wasn't probably great. Yeah, that's quite a situation.
I do like the fact that Germany just took another center, but has no place to build. That's kind of fun.
There's no better janissary than somebody that can't build against you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is quite a move that Johnny made. Unlike the English stab of France we saw in the previous game, the timing on this one and the fact that he was not by himself. He had the German unit, and he's working. Look, he's working with the Turks. Yeah,
this was set up several turns ago when the Germans moved into the North Sea, and this is just well-timed play right here.
And of course, I'm going to say there's more shenanigans in Turkey, where the Austrians are convoyed to Smyrna by Aegean so that Khan can go to Bulgaria. All of that makes perfect sense.
So the Turks can destroy the unit in Bulgaria and put the Austrians into Khan.
Or something.
I'm not even going to try to understand what just happened over there.
It doesn't. I guess it doesn't make that much difference. It's kind of fun to watch. The real action, of course, is in the West. Johnny's obviously padding a board top situation. Does Johnny have time to do more than that? Almost certainly not, considering that it's fall 1910.
No, and I think if he ends up at 11 or 12, 14, okay, I take it back. If he ends up at 14 here, that's a pretty darn good result.
-5 may be the most painful thing I have seen in a long time. -5. And some of that might have just been, I don't care, I'm a replacement player.
Wow.
You can't really argue with this. I mean, Johnny's 14 is a lot of centers, but really you're probably not going to have time to win the game, so to speak, solo the game. There's nothing to say about this game except Johnny played really well. I mean, that's really the theme of this game, I think.
I agree entirely, but I mean, let's not discount the fact that Tommy somehow ended up on 12 centers, which is nothing to sniff at either. I think there was a lot of weird play by Tommy in this game, but it actually ended up turning out really to be a nice result for him. And I suspect that has a lot to do more with the negotiations than with the weird strategy going on throughout the course of the game. So hats off to Tommy for that.
Tommy maintaining the alliance relationship with France as long as Tommy did was part of that, in addition to taking advantage of the zaniness that was going on towards the end in the East.
Absolutely.
All right.
Nice job, Johnny Gillum.
Closes out our coverage of round 1 and round 2 of the Virtual Diplomacy League. And we'll go ahead and take a look at our standings as of this point of the game. Let's go ahead and pull that up. All right. I'm not sure if this is updated. I'll have to play around with that. We'll come back to that later. But regardless, lots of fun. Adam, what's your takeaway from these rounds?
I mean, we're seeing some really good play, right? And the people who are playing really well are topping the boards, and so there's nothing to sniff at for that. I think earlier on we were talking about what we hope to see, and I think both David and I alluded to hoping to see people go for it, and in both games we've seen that, so that's been great.
David?
Different alliance structures. Got a couple of strong EFs there. There were at least 2 games, maybe 3 games where the Italians opened to Piedmont, or at least did not open the same way we've seen them doing for months. They all, in fact, did we see any of those slip the Army into Trieste by itself openings? I don't think so.
No.
Out of any of those 3 games.
No.
So it's just refreshing to see different things trying. That is really what makes diplomacy fun. And those people who say you should always play such and certain way, no. It's fun to watch. It's fun to play when you do different things.
All right. Well, we are going to go ahead and transition over to our pre-recorded coverage of the Nexus Speedboat Champion for the, let's see, that'd be the July-August season. So basically the way the Nexus Speedboat League works is they do 2-month seasons. And then they have a championship game at the end of each season, and they play 2 games, and they total those scores together, and the winner of those total scores wins the league. So we're going to watch those 2 final games. Remember that both scores in both games count for whoever ends up winning that league. And we've got Saren, Ed Sullivan, and Karthik Konath calling this game. So we'll go ahead and transition over now.
So welcome to this edition of Nexus Speedboat coverage. Today we'll be covering the Nexus Speedboat July to August finals. This will be a 2-game finals. The players in today's finals are Natty Schaefer in Austria, Super Wordy in England, JJ Raymond in France, Max Gurinos in Germany, The Divine Pastry in Italy, Eber Condrel in Russia, and Roy Rank in Turkey. So Saren and Ed, do you have any opinions on these players for these finals that players should be aware of?
They're all super solid players, so no doubt I'm going to be very disappointed at this performance, but, we'll see.
I never heard of the Divine Pastry, so I have no idea if he or she is any good. Germany's young. I think Max is a high schooler, young high schooler. That's pretty impressive. And Super Wordy, I've played many, many times, and tactics are really good. So, and Eber as well. So we'll see. Natty. I mean, I know all of them. It's going to be a good tournament.
Agreed. So let's get started with spring 1901. So, Saren, want to start us off in the West?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is pretty boring stuff, except for JJ. I don't know how much the meta has changed since I stopped playing, but I don't know. Back when I played, this is not really an advisable French opening because England is guaranteed to open to the channel, and you're not gonna be able to cover Brest if you do this. I mean, nobody went to Piedmont, so it's fine for him, and it'll work out for JJ. But other than that, very very standard stuff from Super Wordy and from Max.
And Ed, you want to take the East?
Yeah. The only 2 things of note really are Roy moving Smyrna to Khan in Gunboat, and frankly in face-to-face right now, you're not seeing that move as much. Probably was the most popular move for a long time. So I thought that was pretty interesting. We'll see how it turns out. Also, I know the Italian-Austria gunboat meta is always in flux, but for a while there, it was sort of automatic, even for Venice to move to Trieste and gunboat. So I think this is the Divine Pastry's way of making an Austria-friendly move, theoretically, and look for some potential AI coordination.
Interesting. Let's see if that happens. Going into fall 1901. Let's begin in the West again, Saren.
Okay. Sorry, my eyes were immediately caught by what Italy is doing, but it's okay. Ed can talk about that. I'll talk about the boring stuff in the West. Max supposes that the Divine Pastry will go to Munich, which I don't like it, but people like doing it, and it does happen. Italy does go for Munich like a lot more often than Italy probably should. So fair enough, he covers it. England gets into Brest, which is very nice for Super Wordy, and JJ gets 2 builds, so he should just be able to pretty much kick Super Wordy out next year, which is very good for France.
And the East, Ed.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like the Brest move, but I probably would have thought about Belgium. But anyways, these moves are done on 5 minutes, so it's easy for us to sit here when we don't have no pressure under us. Okay, so I think Italy's got a couple of not strange moves, but one is definitely committed to the AI, right? Like moving to Bohemia with the idea of then getting into Galicia. The problem I've seen in gunboat or speedboat particularly is which unit goes. And they can't coordinate and they can't talk about it. Italy seems to want to be there, but sometimes Italy tries to support Vienna there. And, we'll see how communication is. The next thing is not convoying the army, moving the fleet into Tunis. If you're going to do an AI, I'm not sure that's best, but I typically like a fleet in Tunis. I can't argue too much about it. And then I guess the only other issue is this moving the army to Cannes is the exact reason why, I guess they'll build a fleet in Smyrna, but if there was a move to Aegean, right, or Trieste or anything like that, Turkey would be in bad shape, but got away with it.
This goes to show you exactly why the move to Constantinople has fallen out of favor. It was super common when Italy and Austria used to fight each other and go to war because it often meant that you could get Serbia or Greece or something like that with your Russian neighbor and then just roll with the juggernaut. With that happening less and less, you normally do want to be able to free up Ankara to move to Constantinople in the fall. So, and as you mentioned, the move to Tunis by Ionian, very, very interesting in what seems to be a very, very strong AI. Oh, here we are. Builds. Anything pop out to you here?
No, the only thing I would say is it goes back and forth, and Umble and I always have this argument. If England puts an army in Norway, you build an army in St. Petersburg or Moscow, but I think it's a 50-50 call. Other than that, I didn't see anything in the East that shocks me. I don't know if
I should have said this before. I do think Germany should have let Russia into Sweden because Germany should always let Russia into Sweden, but Max has different ideas than I do, and really the sad truth is if I jumped into a speedboat game right now, I'd probably get wiped. I can't play this. I can't play gunboat at all. So all I do is talk.
That's the biggest lie of the century. So we're just gonna cut you off and move on.
Yeah.
the same way.
Spring 1902.
Oh God, that's not good.
Let's hear it.
No, that's not good for JJ. That is pretty fucking disastrous for JJ.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. He thought that England was gonna try to bounce Mao. England, super wordy, instead went for the Gascony bounce. So, JJ is not getting Brest back, and he's gonna lose Belgium. So that's pretty grim.
Yeah, this is about as disastrous a turn as France could have asked for. Want to take the East, Ed?
Okay. Well, in the East, I was wrong. We got Strike Force North now going into Silesia. Not worried about Galicia because Austria gets into Galicia. Meanwhile, Italy goes back to cover Venice, presumably to build. And then, there's just sort of a Austrian, Turkish, bunch of bouncing. Nothing really happens there. But I wonder what's going to happen, whether or not Austria can maybe get Russia a little onside. I don't know. I mean, Turkey onside, but yeah, no, it looks like an AI versus RT shaking up.
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty bold by Natty. Like Serbia cut Romania, and then he supports into Galicia. I mean, this is what Pixie was writing about in his article, that Turkey should support Russia into Serbia in this kind of situation.
Exactly. This is the exact right time for that. Though this does open the opportunity for AT to happen, given the positioning of both forces, but I don't think that's likely. And here we go. Let's go back to the West.
Well, JJ does get into Gascony this time, but like it's not going to do him very much good with the way that England is already in Mao. Germany is going to get into Burgundy next turn if he wants. Germany also takes Sweden, so Germany is going up too. I don't know. This is the kind of scenario where I'm like, whatever. I'm building fleet keel, and then I'm gonna go attack England, and France is gonna like, what is France gonna do against you? Like, you could probably take the whole north, but you know that's a very gunboat way of playing. So who knows?
We'll see. In the East, Ed.
Area, Smyrna, and always reminded of what Saren says about the importance of the Aegean. I've never sort of forgotten that.
Yep, Aegeans are the most important board. One thing I want to draw attention to is the fact that Venice went to Rome and not to Apulia.
Yeah.
Had Venice gone to Apulia here, it could have been guaranteed to land in Syria. It would have been, I think, the first time in a long time we've seen a true Lepanto. I feel like most of the time we end up seeing the army convoy directly to Smyrna now with support from the Austrian and Aegean or something along those lines. So that would have been the coolest thing.
Yeah, what do you think the thinking was on that?
I have no clue. I have no idea why one trip to Rome of all places.
There is no scenario ever where Rome there is better than Apulia. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Just 2 builds for the Germans. You got the keel that you wanted.
Sweet keel. Let's go, Max. Let's go.
And JJ throws in his olive branch with the Germany, begging Germany for kindness. We'll see if it works.
So let me ask a question. I know that we know who's playing which power, but is this played anonymously?
Yes, it is played anonymously. So that's a good point to bring up. None of the players in this game know who each other are. They like in terms of like which power anyone is. So completely blind in that perspective. So want to start us off in the Western?
Yeah, Super Wordy has been putting down very strong tactics from the Gascony bounce to now bounce in Skagerrak. I mean, that's just not good for Max. Like, he has a chain of 3 units that all bounce. Like, you really don't want to see that. So basically, Germany failed to move a single unit this turn. Everything bounced except for the stuff that was just holding. So that's not great, but lots of hope for France, looks like he's going to be able to get back into the game.
Yep, Super Wordy showing his mind-reading powers, and Venice seems to take the long way to Apulia. Venice to Rome, Rome to Apulia.
Who doesn't want to go to Rome? All right.
You want to see the Colosseum, and then after that, he can make his way to Syria.
Roman Holiday was a great movie, and apparently it's going to work for the Divine Pastry. But all right, so I think sort of 2 developments, right? Which is that is a significant move because now Khan's in Smyrna. It's a bit of a guess, and then they haven't really figured out what's going to happen with Aegean yet. I think it's kind of a matter of time over there, one way or the other. But well, I know that's obvious. I'm not saying anything important. The second is that move Silesia back to Bohemia. I think the concern is that Italy may have been concerned about a Galician retreat, right, into Bohemia. Didn't want that to happen. You're looking at me a little askance, so tell me, Sarah, what you think that move's about.
Like,
when I said the move from Silesia to Bohemia.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really like a lot of what Italy has been doing this game. I mean, I don't know where he's going. I don't know if he knows where he's going, but I wouldn't be surprised to see like nothing get done, and then in a couple turns like a desperation attack on Austria, and like I don't know how well that's gonna go for anybody. So
I think that's like dead certain at this point.
Yeah, had he adjourned the Roman holiday and then just caught a combo to Syria instead, I think that would have gone out a lot better for the AI. But unfortunately, Divine Pastry seems to love 1960s Audrey Hepburn classics.
So the hilarious thing here is, what does Italy do, right? Does Italy attack the Aegean, therefore rendering the army in Apulia fairly useless because there's no convoy now? He's going after Aegean. Does do they do like a guess, of convoying? If so, where? Because the army in Smyrna really eliminates the guarantee of Syria, which could have happened had the Roman army already been there. So I'm sensing probably the way Italy's been guessing another wrong one, but we'll see.
Yep. And if the Aegean goes to Smyrna and Smyrna goes to Syria, well, there's just no right guess at that point. Let's see. Oh, what?
Okay.
Apparently Smyrna
wants a hold.
Yeah, functionally a hold, right?
Yep.
But
Um,
kind of a gamble. I mean, like obviously Italy got on Syria, so good on Italy. Smyrna's gone, but I'm not sure the Turkish tactics were so good. What was Aegean doing?
Aegean was supporting Greece to Ionian.
Okay, that's natty, dude.
Wild.
Smyrna need to go to Syria. Aegean need to go to Smyrna. Like Aegean was watching them. Yeah. I mean, Aegean, it wasn't that important. More important not to, okay.
Let's take the West then, Saren.
Yeah, England gets into Sweden. That looks like the big news. That's nice. Very nice of Eber to offer that support. Now going back to Norwegian, I mean, probably necessary, as sad as it is. Channel going to Wales and Picardy going to the Channel, probably correct. I like Super Wordy's moves. I like that he got into Sweden. I'd like to see him do well. I like this.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was Prussians. Eber saved him from having to destroy a unit with the loss of Brest, so he stays even. England's to Wales basically means that Liverpool will be protected. Just great set of orders.
Hey, so props to Eber also, right? Which leaves St. Petersburg vacant, gambles that Super Wordy sees the same thing he does, moves to Silesia. So I think he thinks he's got the South sort of, locked down for now. Let's see if he can put some pressure on Germany. I like Eber's moves.
Very, very strong moves from Eber. And I personally love, when a German bouncing out of Sweden to offer support for Norway to Sweden from the Baltic unit. I think he'll take it. So love to see
it. Germany pulls army ver. Wow.
Yeah. Nothing much to say there. Let's go to spring 1904. Let's start in the East actually this time. Do you want to take us off?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Natty had to cut Eastern. Eastern could have been the mover into Smyrna, but in the process loses Aegean because it can't retreat to Constantinople because Black Sea moved to Khan. So in the south, at least, the AI advances and Bulgaria should fall, I think. Am I not? Yeah, but it depends on, I guess which unit goes, but it's a good turn for the AI against Turkey. And I think this puts a little stress on Russia. It's always bad when you start to see your ally go. Are you next or not? And I like Eber's moveset again of going to Bohemia. Theoretically could have gotten into Munich. Super weird. He thought he should have gone to Munich, but I don't think he could have held that. And it could have held it this turn, I guess. But it signals resolve on Eber's part to continue put pressure on AI.
I think that's ultimately the smart play for him. Want to take off in the West, Saren?
Yeah, so honestly, Germany's not going to get to the English centers faster than France at this rate. So I suppose the three fleets can defend against England and Russia. That is one way of doing it, I guess. But if you're just going to hold, I don't know. If you're Germany, you have to be moving. It's true in virtual, and it's probably even more true in speedboat because you got to be going somewhere. Right. You're Germany, but I don't know. I don't think he's gonna be able to successfully go anywhere soon. And if there are any gains to be made here, France is about to get them actually faster than he is. So.
I think what Sharon's saying is Germany is the one country that you need to have some sort of tempo on. And I don't know where Max is going to get tempo in this position.
Exactly. When you're Germany, you get builds in far-flung lands, rebuild at home, and then send those units elsewhere to get even more games. And if you're not doing that, if you're stuck like hold up like this, you're just gonna die. Let's see what happens here. It's all 1904. Let's start off in the East, Ed.
Wow.
I mean, this is just fantastic
Wow.
by Eber.
Just, oh
Okay,
my God.
just absolutely great. I mean, I don't even think Eber really expected this result, right? But like this was, I mean, fantastic. With Russia picking up Vienna and Budapest, the AI only success was Italy getting Smyrna, but now Venice moved to Tyrolia. It'll be really curious to see how Italy responds to this implosion of Austria at this point. Natty, this was not great. I think Eber only expected to get Vienna out of this. I mean, and this is why I'm a little wondering why Natty moved to Serbia. I mean, clearly the move from Romania to Budapest was just to cut support of Vienna. So that move, I don't think you needed to do that.
Like, it's tricky because Russia had Vienna guaranteed if he wanted, but I mean, if he'd done the moves to guarantee Vienna, then Austria could have taken Romania, right?
Mhm.
But Eber didn't even guarantee Vienna because he moved from Bohemia instead of Galicia, probably
Right, which let the scissor move cut it. Yeah.
probably seeing that if Galicia was cut, then Romania wouldn't also be lost. So he could, I mean, he'd at least stay even from doing this.
Mhm.
But this is about the best possible position that Russia could have ended up in after that turn. So that's great for him.
Yep. You want
Wow.
to take us off in the West, Søren?
Yeah. Okay, so Super Wordy did the only moves that would have were guaranteed to keep Liverpool, which is good for him. And what is even better for him is that holy shit, he's getting Denmark here. Like, I mean, it's just incredible because just almost anybody playing England like would have just been dead. Could have been dead like a few turns ago. And Super Wordy is not only still alive, but he's actually growing and taking stuff off Germany and might neuter Germany to the point where Germany can no longer actually prosecute an attack against him. So I don't know. This is just very, very well played by Super Wordy.
Yeah, brilliant turn. Super Wordy made all the right guesses, and the fact that he got Denmark was just brilliant. I mean, he saw what Russia was doing, like in terms of cutting the Baltic Sea, and he saw like, you know, if these are the orders that this is the potential set of orders he could make, and if they are made, Denmark will be guaranteed. So just brilliant play. Center 1904. Anything interesting here you want to comment on?
Just the continued Russian-English cooperation.
Yep.
Right. There were growth opportunities for Eber in Scandinavia,
Mhm.
I think, especially with what's happening, France putting pressure on England. So I really, as a player, now falsely said I'm not an alliance player, I like this idea as Russia.
Brilliant. Anything from you, Søren?
I mean, Germany just obviously doesn't care about anything except fighting England forever and ever, which is one way of playing the game, I guess. I don't really like it, but he can do what he wants.
Yep. So Denmark should be guaranteed. That's one way to guarantee it. I would not have liked to lose the Baltic there, but fair enough. Ed, you want to start off in the East?
Okay, sure. So with Austria disbanding the Aegean now, Italy basically takes the Aegean with Ionian. I like the little signal from JJ to Italy, hey, we're still cool, we're working together. And that's not a bad position for Italy to be in. Italy gets Constantinople, but loses Smyrna, but should be able to get Smyrna back, but may lose Constantinople. And Russia is shoring up the defenses.
And in the West, Søren?
I don't know. Yeah, Germany guarantees Denmark. Wanted England to be able to get back to the North Sea, though, which I think is good. Like, there's no reason to be like hamstringing the English defense against France, because I think France is going to keep Liverpool this year. England can take back Liverpool. Yeah, he can, but
Yeah, because Clyde and
yeah.
London support our ship.
But then would have to move North Sea to Edinburgh to like guarantee not losing anything to the French, which is the whole thing is not ideal.
Right.
So I know we're not halfway through, but I would say this, which is, given Russia's history in gunboat, I mean, Eber has to be thrilled. I don't think he probably picked Russia highly in the draft of powers. So it's almost like Riaz. If you can draw Russia or Turkey and do well, and you have a second round with maybe a more traditional power, that's good. So but Russia is a country that can expand quickly and go down, so we don't know, but he's got to be happiest.
Right. Let's see how it ends up going for him in fall 1905. Let's continue in the East End.
Okay, so the interesting thing here is that Russia takes Bulgaria. That's got to be fantastic news for Eber. And it's almost as if, as his Turkish ally implodes, he just sort of picks up the slack in terms of supply center. And then Italy gets Smyrna, meaning Turkey's down to 1. Italy picks up another dot. Very curious to see what he builds. He better build a fleet in my mind, but there's a lot of armies on the center of the board, so I mean, who knows for sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Turkey decided to go with the orders that they did. I would have inversed and have Ankara support Smyrna to Constantinople, just because, I mean, there's almost no chance that Smyrna is left untapped here, and almost certainly will be supported into. There's at least a chance the other way succeeds.
That is the guess for Aegean supports Khan and Khan supports Eastern Med to Smyrna, which is very fair. Like those are the orders that anybody could write. It's a 50, but it's advantage Russia here. Like it's just
Russia's just getting so big. How about in the Western?
Yeah. Again, this is just fantastically played by Super Wordy. He didn't guarantee Liverpool because he doesn't care about guaranteeing things. He would rather get back Denmark, and he's just going to outguess France and take back Liverpool that way. Mm-hmm. Jesus, this is very good, very, very good by Super Wordy. Like he's almost 1v2ing like Germany and France at this point.
Not almost.
I do want to call attention to Eber's cut of teal. So it's not a full 1v2, but I mean, Eber can do a lot of work with him.
I mean, wow.
Just brilliant work on Eber to control the West, and brilliant work on him in the South as well. Just kudos.
Now the question is whether Russia, it was either Sevastopol or St. Petersburg, I would think. And so I like that build.
No, same. I mean, just continued friendship with the East while, I mean, England will be hemmed in by both France and Germany. Oh, this is just beautiful play. Let's see. Spring 1906. Let's stay in the East. Oh, my. And let's hear it.
Well, what's that movie? The Russians are coming. I mean, the Russians are there, right? You know, like they're now in Serbia. This is fantastic play. And you know, when I talked about earlier, by the way, he might lose St. Petersburg with Germany moving to Norway, but throw that away for now. When I say that Russia can expand quickly and contract quickly, as we all know, it's much harder to contract quickly in speedboat. Mm-hmm. Okay, it requires a lot of coordination of everyone talking. And right now, I mean, Austria and Italy have not been the best communicators. They're not going to get on the same page here. They're just, all of this will be purple. All of the base belongs to Russia.
Maybe Vienna gets lost in the near future, but beyond that, I don't see anything bad happening to them. How about in the Western?
Yeah, I mean, I just love Super Wordy so much because like his play has been like it's just better, okay? But like he's still gonna lose because they're going two against him, and you know that is gunboat. Nobody can hear you scream.
I love it, and this just goes to show you why diplomacy is diplomacy and not tactics or strategy. If 2 people are gunning at you, only so much you can do. Fall 1906. Let's go in the East.
Okay, so I mean, you know, I'm trying to like, what's the French expression? Comme ci, comme ça. I mean, you know, Russia takes Ankara. Russia didn't get to hold on to Serbia. Russia loses Vienna. Russia loses. So I think Russia's down 1 if I do my math correctly here.
Even. Oh no, St. Pete.
No, they down 2. Retreat to St. Petersburg.
No, he's down 1.
St. Petersburg, Serbia wasn't his to begin.
Oh, Serbia wasn't his to begin with. Right. And should be even because Serbia gets picked.
So that's not ideal. It's going to be a tricky disband, but was nice for, this was good coordination between Austria and Italy here, even though they weren't speaking. I think they made all the right moves.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Western?
No, I just said mm-hmm.
But what's happening in the West is
I was going to say what's happening in the West.
I mean, England still has his entire homeland. He's going down 1, right? Because Germany walked out of Denmark to go into Sweden.
Yes, correct.
Oh. Yeah.
Not too bad of a turn.
Yeah.
French and Norwegian now. Okay, so England down 1, Germany up 2, Italians up 1. So long to the Turks.
Oh, Russians flat, I guess.
Yeah, because Serbia got picked.
Oh, okay.
2 armies from them. Let's see what we go and see in spring 1907. Let's go back to the West first to start off. Sarah, you want to take the lead?
Yeah. I thought that keeping Norway means like a convoy home. I don't know why else you'd keep that, but he's retreating to Finland, so it's possible that he can outguess Germany and like retake something there. Like I don't like the odds because it looks like 1 in 3 to me, but no, Germany can technically cover everything. So I don't really like that. I would have wanted to see the convoy home, but Germany is going after Warsaw now, so that is not as good for Eber, but good for Max because he's gonna get it.
Oh man, so much for the being harder for the Russians to implode in Speedboat. Let's see the East, Ed.
All right, so the coordination occurred, right? You can take Russia down on expansion if everyone coordinates. Everyone finally got their act together. This was good for Austria taking Budapest. Great that Italy got into Galicia. But the cherry on top of the disaster for Eber is the moves to Silesia, Prussia. So, and I'm really happy for Max here. I mean, Germany found his tempo and found it against Russia a bit. And it's just an all-around really bad turn for Russia and a really good turn for Max.
Right. Unfortunate the Baltic held. I mean, obviously it's a hard guess, and you can't expect them to to make those, and it could have been disadvantageous if he guessed incorrectly. But man, I bet he wishes he bounced pressure or went to Berlin or did anything to create some pressure on the Germans. But how about the West, Sarah?
Oh no, we started with the West this turn.
Oh, right. That's true. Let's go to.
This is where Italy attacks Austria. Hey, this is where Italy attacks Austria. Fun.
Good call. So since we started off in the East, you want to take the East, Ed?
This is why Saren is so good. This is why I'm so bad. I was like, it's going to be good, but it's good news for Italy. Okay, so when we're saying we don't know what Divine Pastry's plan, Divine Pastry is to have a nice little souffle that's going to just, build up and be ready to cook at the right moment. That happens to be fall 1907 for Italy with wonderful moves into Trieste and Budapest. With Germany now in Warsaw, so not as much worried about the pressure of Russia. There might be chances of cooperation here between the two of them. Russia certainly needs to worry about Germany. So this is a really great turn for Italy, a really bad turn for Austria, and we'll see how Russia reacts and whether or not we're going to still fight Italy or now just sort of hope for Italian mercy.
I mean, it looked like Austria could have gone up to 4, but now, after this turn, they're going down to 1. It's a very, very unfortunate fall. In the West turn?
Yeah, Germany gets into Warsaw, which actually could have been stopped. England does not guess correctly to take something back. Norway supports Finland to St. Petersburg. That's nice, Max. That is nice. France finally gets Liverpool after like 3 or 4 years of attacking it. So I think it's very soon England is going to be dead, which is sad, and France and Germany can fight it out. And Germany might actually have the advantage now because he's going up by 3 this year. And also, Ed, this is the commentator's booth. It's not your personal sandbagging stadium.
I've got a meta wherever I can. Karthik, what do you think about the Spain army perpetually being in Spain?
I don't like it there as much. I mean, if I had, I mean, but I can see why it's there. Potentially too, like, you know, if an English fleet was to, like, you know, make its way into Mao, it's nice to be able to, like, have a guessing game there. But I mean, I would rather have it in Gascony. If something lines up in the Irish Sea, like it did just now, then I could pull it down to Spain, and then I could play the guessing game there. But Gascony is just a great place for an army to be, like, on the defensive, so I'd rather have it there.
Gunboat Care Bearism is what you're seeing here.
The classic. Everyone knows you want to be a Care Bear gunboat. Winter 1907. So it looks like Mac will have one in the pocket because of Kiel being occupied. Looks relatively friendly, though, towards the French. England has to pull 3, which is just terrible.
That's brutal, and Germany has to wave one. But man, that's a great distribution of armies and fleets for Germany in 07.
Mm-hmm. And looks like Germany will be even happier to see 2 Italian fleets being built there.
And not just that, a fleet build in Brest. I mean,
Yes.
Germany's got a lot of options. What does Germany want to do?
France has to be looking awfully juicy.
Not building an army here is really bold by JJ. Let's see how well it pays off for him.
And not having the army in Gascony is going to hurt here, I think, because Burgundy's pretty guaranteed.
Yeah.
Let's see if it happens. Ooh. No.
Go to Burgundy.
Let's hear it, Sarah. Let's hear what happened wrong.
No, what you do here is go to Burgundy. Like, just go into France, go west and go east at the same time. Like, why not? Nobody's going to stop you.
That's my play. That's my style of play. I like it.
Yeah, so this is just giving JJ much more of a chance than he should have, and I don't like it. But I mean, Max is currently leading this board, and I'm not, so he can do what he wants.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be fair, if you had played Speedboat at all this season, you probably would be winning it right now. So no sandbagging for you allowed. In the East, let's see what's happening.
Okay, so in the East, Italy takes Bulgaria. Sort of fantastic. Obviously, Natty's pledging his loyalty to Eber right now, but I guess Greece is gone if Italy wants that to happen. May risk Bulgaria, and Eber loses Bulgaria and Moscow, and is definitely losing Moscow, and we'll see how it switches out, but gains Budapest, which gets piffed.
Mm-hmm. Going to be fun to see the fall. All right, let's start in the West again. Saren, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Max supports that last English unit, which is probably the right thing to do. Like, I don't know. At this point, like, it's war with France. There's no other way that this goes. Like, there's no other way that this should go in a reasonable game of gunboat. But if you're gonna hold I mean, sure, you have to guard against Prussia, and he does build, so he can put the army in Munich and then go into France. But
Builds 2. He can build a fleet in Kiel and an army in Munich.
True. If he'd gone like 2 turns last turn, though, he'd be in Burgundy already and probably pull another army through. So
exactly. No, I'm 100% with you. And now that gave JJ the chance to pull that army into Gascony where it belongs. Like,
I mean, now he's building as well. JJ's building. So.
Right. Could have been played much, much better. How about in the East, Ed? What are you looking at?
I'm really Divine Pastries played this turn, really well. Now gets into into Serbia and Greece. Mm-hmm. I don't think Natty thought he was going to get into Bulgaria. It was just more of a cut. But it's a happy accident for him to be alive in Bulgaria, and it's really bad news for Eber as yet another disband to make. This is really, it looks to me like it's a race between Germany and Italy, and I mean it probably looks that way to everybody, but I'm not sure which country has the advantage.
Yep. I mean, just look at those two pretty lines. Like, starting in 1905, they were at 5 and 6. Guido looked like he was the king of the world, and then since then it's been straight vertical lines to the moon.
Tyrrhenians, they're just enjoying the view.
Yep. It's a good place to vacation, I've heard. So, and there you go. Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, Army Marseille.
Fleet Rome? I mean, what? Wow. Okay. Dang.
More. So I guess he's finally going to move west.
Yeah, that's the only. But he could have done the same. I mean, now he's tipping it. If he moved to Naples, I think there would have been doubt.
I don't think you move west as Italy here. Like, why don't you just leave France alone to defend against Germany? Like,
I mean, that'd be my view. I mean, my view is, take the eastern dots, try to put some pressure on Germany so that way you're on top. I mean, France, we'll see what happens.
Just leave France alone.
Leave France alone. All right, let's start in the West, Aaron. What are you looking at?
Yeah, that convoy to Yorkshire is big. Germany goes to Yorkshire unstopped, which is fair enough. Like, I mean, that was a guess for France that France didn't win. Also gets into Picardy. Like, this is just everything went right for Germany that could have gone right, honestly. Even manages to defend Edinburgh. Like, I mean, this is like a clairvoyant set of orders. Like, this is the orders that I think you would put in if you saw France's moves before.
Exactly.
Before you wrote the orders. So,
and one thing I want to call attention to that's really, really nice and perfect here is that Edinburgh is now guaranteed to be safe no matter, or not guaranteed, but it will most likely be safe because Clyde will have to come down to Liverpool to defend it, which means that Germany will have free reign, potentially go into Norwegian, put more pressure elsewhere, do what really ever shenanigans he wants. So this is like a really, really good play by Max there. Let's go to the East, Ed.
Well, why leave France alone when, he's picking up dots with such ease in the East? You might as well, go for a few French ones and race with 3.5 years left to go. I mean, actually, Italy gets very lucky here, right? Which is, had Budapest not moved, it would have been a really bad retreat into Serbia for Italy here. This is just extraordinarily, fortunate. But it all works out. It's all coming out roses for Italy. I mean, look, picks up Bulgaria, picks up Budapest. If Germany had as good a turn as possible, I think the same thing could be said for Italy. This is just terrific.
Agreed. Let's go to the fall and let's see if the good luck for Germany and Italy continues. Not bad. Let's go to the West first.
Yeah, I mean, going to Liverpool is just correct there. France wants to wipe out the English, then France can be the bad guy, and he's not going to build anyway, so just let him do what he wants. Yeah. Picardy, that's just a guess. Germany gets into Burgundy, which is nice. Max, it's charming that you think that France and Italy would ever have managed to take Munich here. Like, that is I mean, sure, you're winning, so play it safe. I mean, Eber takes a stab at Warsaw, does not get it, which you couldn't have expected that he would get it. So, yeah, that's about it for the West.
So I kind of assumed, I guess, that France would go to defend Liverpool instead of Edinburgh, preferring to keep Germany down. But I guess not. Now we'll have Norwegian, Liverpool, which means that he should be able to get Edinburgh next year, which is just great position for Max. Let's see the East, Ed.
When I originally looked at this, I didn't see the Grecian fleet sneaking into Bulgaria's south coast, so I wasn't sure what Italy was doing, but it ends up being great. Italy's going to pick up 2. I mean, this race is definitely on, right? And now Italy will be in the black in 1910, and all of that's going to be Italian territory, Romania, Ankara. Italy got into mid-Atlantic. I think that, I don't know what you guys think, but I can't blame Italy for what Italy did against France. I think this is a bit of an overreaction from JJ, pulling back everything against Italy, but I get it. I mean,
it's going to lose so he can decide who he wants to die against, and that's
Right.
what you get for staying in for holidaying in Spain for like 5 years or something. So
Yep. So let's see it. Winter 1909. Army build Berlin. Interesting. I guess that means JJ might be considering. Sorry, Max might be considering a move down. Army Venice, Fleet Naples. Let's see what happens.
1717.
Only we can do 1717 Saren with Germany and Italy. Let's see it. Let's go with the West first.
Yeah. France defends Eddie, which was you know, not the easiest task there. So good for France. Italy does not make any progress. I guess France is just. I guess JJ just hates the divine pastry, and I don't know. He's trying to defend against both. At this point, I'm like, whatever. I'm defending against one, and then like all of my other moves will be very obviously throwing to the other one because I don't think it's gonna go very well for him. But yeah, the way that this is going, it looks headed for a line. 1717.
We'll see. I think they'll fall short. I think they'll be like 14-14, 15-14.
Oh, Eber has Moscow guaranteed.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not small. Not a small thing.
Not at all.
I'm curious to see what Italy does, right? Because obviously Eber's janissarying for Italy, but Italy doesn't seem to be the kind of person who is appreciative of janissaries. So I'm not sure if he's just going to be greedy and take the dots right now or not. We'll see.
We'll see, indeed.
Yeah, just took him.
Okay, let's start in the West again, Saren.
Around the world with the Italian fleet. You know, this is a game that if it goes forever, like it's probably an Italian solo premiere. Like I don't see that it can be stopped actually. Like this is straight up an Italian solo if it goes on forever. Doesn't look like a solo until 1912, but we'll see. I mean, Germany takes Edinburgh, whatever. This is all basically irrelevant. It's not particularly interesting. I guess Germany gets 3 builds, but he can only put down 2. Oh no, he loses Belgium. Channel goes to Belgium. Nice one, JJ.
JJ does some fun stuff with his not dying breaths, but like, you know.
And Germany lost Moscow as well. So yeah, it's not ideal for Germany.
Yeah. No, I mean, kudos to the Divine Page. You just beautifully played final few turns. Let's go spring 1901. Sorry, spring 1911 rather. Let's start in the West. Actually, Sarah, you want to take it all? This is a relatively straightforward turn.
Yeah. Well, you can tell that Michaelis isn't on this board because if he were one of the small powers, he'd be throwing the solo here and figuring that it was his only chance to win the tournament in the end.
That's an inside joke just to the 3 of us.
Oh no. Okay. Well, it is an Italian solo if it goes on forever. Brian can edit it out if I say anything not kosher.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Fine. Yeah, but relatively straightforward turn. Fall 1911. Some more arrows here. So let's start off in the East. Ed, what are you looking at?
Well, I'm trying to count dots for Italy. It's a really good position to be in because Italy is going to get 17, right? It's going to be able to get Liverpool, Marseille, now took Sevastopol. It's going to be close. Yeah.
Is Italy guaranteed Liverpool? I don't think so.
Oh, because
no,
of
not
North Atlantic. I'm sorry, I didn't see the bounce.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, if North Africa did not move to Mid-Atlantic, he would have had Liverpool.
Wait, did he actually have guaranteed 18 if he hadn't moved away from Mid-Atlantic?
Yes, I think so, because I think he would have been able to take Portugal and Spain.
I think he would have. If he hadn't gone out of Mid-Atlantic, if he just stayed there, I think he takes all of Iberia in 1912. So that's something to think about.
Yep. Yeah, because he's at 15 now. I mean, the order sets are there. Unfortunately, unless he gets Spain this turn and forces his way back into Mao, Maybe he can still do it. Let's see.
There's guesses everywhere, but
Yeah.
there were guarantees if he was in Mao right now.
Yep. No chance now with these set of
Yeah,
rules.
that's
unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just fast forward. This is relatively straightforward now. Just
Eber
trivial.
survives.
Eber survives on 2. I'm sorry, on 1. And then Marseille is taken. Spain is not taken, unfortunately. What could have been? What could have been there? But
yeah.
It's important to note that that 16 is still a fantastic result. I mean, kudos to Divine Pastry. Gets 2 ahead of Germany. Just great played game by him.
Agreed.
It's worth noting that this is not a massive score in Open Mind the Gap.
Yep, that's true. It would have been huge in Open Tribute, would have been huge in some other ones, but because he's only 2 ahead of Germany here.
Not great in Open Mind the Gap. Everyone else has fans.
Yeah, it's a big score, but not a massive score. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, and now let's move on to game 2. So we just wrapped up game 1. Fantastic game we saw there with Divine Pastry coming out on top. Let's see if they can do just as well in game 2. Fortunately, it's not in Turkey, but let's see what happens. You guys have any predictions or things you want to see in this game?
I don't know where the meta is these days, but Divine Pastry being Turkey is probably not the power he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on Team Eber and Super Wordy, which, considering they're England and Austria, is probably not going to go that well for my team, but we'll see.
We'll see indeed.
I'm on Team JJ. Come on, JJ.
Let's see. I'm on Team Natty after game 1. Let's see if he can pull off the solo and take it all. I think it's a hard ask, but I think he can do it. Let's see. Okay, 1901. Let's start off in the East, and let's give the East to Saren this time. Let's mix it up.
Yeah, so Pastry decides that Russia is his friend, and he is going to do nice things for Russia. Other than that, basically standard stuff from everyone else, and we'll see if JJ decides that he also wants to be friends with the Divine Pastry, or if this is going to be unrequited love.
We shall see. In the West, let's hear from Ed.
Okay, so I just want to point out Eber's moves, which are really rare in Speedboat to see, and I'm happy to see something different. I like this set of moves. I think it's when I do this, usually it's not successful, so what do I know? But it's EF cooperation to the max, and I wouldn't want to be Roy in this situation. And France got lucky by England not going into the channel, but also England got lucky by France not moving to the channel.
Right. Now, this is an incredible EF signal. I hope it works out for both of them. That'd be nice to see. Okay. Fall 1901. Let's stay in the East first, Saren. What do you think?
Yeah, JJ got bounced out of Sweden, which is absolutely not something that should have happened. I know that's kind of West, but I still have to say my piece. Right. Other than that, Divine Pastry decides that he's going to continue being JJ's friend, which, seeing what's happening to JJ in the North, is a pretty reasonable thing to do. And then Natty supports Max to Munich. Ed, that is again technically in the West, but you get all the interesting stuff this turn.
Yeah, just one thing I want to call out is the support from Black Sea to supporting Bulgaria to Serbia. Some nice bit of signaling there. Let's see if we can see the remaining support to Serbia in next year. Ed, let's go to the West.
Okay, so the mistake Roy made in bouncing Rush out of Sweden is I think Roy should have seen the EF with that series of moves after spring 1901. And when you're Germany in this situation, you need a friend. And there's only one other place left. And that would be Russia. So not to give Russia a build here, I don't think makes a lot of sense. The just crushingly, devastatingly disappointing move of Burgundy supports Tyrolia to Munich if you're Germany, that just hurts. That is a fantastic coordination between France and Italy, as well as France and England. So it was good. And also, it's like if you're going to be in this situation, and you're Germany, I probably would have moved Kiel to Holland, Ruhr to Belgium. I mean, Munich goes or it doesn't at this point. I think you have.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I do feel bad for Germany here. Some wounds are self-inflicted, like, the bounce to Sweden, basically neutering his only chance for survival. But, I mean, getting Tyrolean support into Munich and Speedboat, I mean, that's just very, very unfortunate.
I mean, it's fair for France to offer that. I don't think Italy should accept it. And you never see England get off to this kind of start in Speedboat. Just amazing stuff, Eber. Let's go.
Yep. Great stuff for Eber. Looks like Saren may be half happy yet. Let's see. Winter 1901. Ooh, anything interesting you guys see here that you guys like?
Oh man, I'm a little surprised at that Fleet London for Eber after EF cooperation. This may not be the best sign for Natty here.
We'll see. There's still a good chance that like North Sea goes to Skagerrak, London goes to North Sea. But I definitely would have preferred to see it in Edinburgh if I'm Natty. Hey, how about you, Saren? Anything you see?
I mean, there's nothing really special in the East, like at all. It's a very Eber move.
Fleet Rome is. I think Army in Venice was called for in this situation. It could have been, but maybe not.
I am happy to see that at least there's a signal that Italy is taking the EF seriously. Whether or not Army Venice may have been better or not is a fair point. We'll see. Spring 1902. Let's go back to the East, Saren.
I mean, again, all the interesting stuff is happening in the West. In the East, Austria goes to Albania, which is nice. Austria should always go to Albania. Romania does support Bulgaria and to Serbia, but it wasn't going to make it in, which it rarely does. Like it's more likely that Bulgaria supporting Romania in does make it in, but it was very unlikely that that support would be offered. So I'm not sure I like JJ just using those two units to bounce St. Petersburg. It is really a lot of a waste. He could have both gotten into Sweden and positioned in Ukraine, and he would be in a much better position.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I think JJ had to. Yeah, no, I mean, I think JJ had to know Germany wasn't going to bounce him. He should have gone to Sweden no matter what. Okay, in the West, despite the fleet build in London, the attack on Germany is on with Eber convoying Edinburgh to Holland.
Wow.
What do you mean, why? Because he wanted to be in Holland.
No, it's a big wow. Like he's got those both armies onto the continent and
two armies on the continent, Denmark in sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also no threat to Norway at all this turn because JJ bounced in St. Petersburg.
Never self-bounce, guys. Never
no threat to Norway, and France has got to be happier now, right? Yeah. So France kind of moved against Germany with the move to Ruhr and Gascony. So I don't think he's going to get a sneak attack in the rear now.
Right, yeah. Now I'd expect to see Mao go to North Africa, Spain goes to Western, or something like that. Or maybe Spain goes to Lyon, Mao goes to Western. Just tons of options.
I consider London to Wales here.
Maybe. It's fall 1902. You're getting a build. Not exactly necessary. I would
you
say.
might not be getting a build.
It would take a lot of coordination. We'll see.
If he doesn't get a build, there's bigger problems than not moving to Wales.
Right.
Well, he gets 2 builds. Yeah, Eber, just ignore me. Eber, do your own thing. I think you're a better player than I am.
Let's see.
Okay, well, in the West, the big news is, by the way, this is kind of, we're putting ourselves on repeat. Eber getting big early. The question is whether Eber will stay big. But
I mean, for him, he's England now, not
he
Russia.
probably will. Yeah, just like you can't dislodge England from this kind of position once they get those builds in.
You've not seen me play England. So we have England and Denmark and Holland, which is fantastic. Come on, let's go, Natty. Natty got into Munich. Roy, it was never going to work out for you this game. When EF decides they're going to EF and you bounce Russia, you don't have a friend.
But he bounced Russia again. Like, what for at this point?
He's just trying to janissary.
Like,
Oh, man.
there's no point in ordering to Sweden here because either you get if you either you get dislodged from Denmark or you don't, and if you get dislodged from Denmark, you can only retreat to Sweden, and Russia didn't go there anyway. So
Yeah.
it's
Agreed. I mean, using retreats as moves, I think, needs to be discussed more often as a like diplomacy tactic and strategy. It's just so useful. Yeah, I think most of the East is a relatively simple convoy to Tuscany. The only real thing to note, everything else is a bounce.
they accomplished nothing. It looks like the DBNI top board.
Wow.
Yeah.
Winter 1902, pull Berlin, pull Terhenian, build Fleet Edinburgh, build Army London. Looks like the EF will continue to roll. Love to see it.
This is when Mao goes through North Atlantic. And
So, what
I'm
do
just
England
sitting
take?
here
Do you
going,
think they take Kiel? Do you think they take Sweden?
yeah.
What's the plan here?
I think you are going to see Mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic, Spain to Mid-Atlantic, convoy Gascony directly to Liverpool, while England continues on Germany. I think this is going to be the stab time.
This would be a good time to stab, which is why I think if I'm Eber, I move my fleets around and then I move London to Yorkshire to prepare a convoy. And if the convoy does not look like a good idea, then I can send it to Liverpool. If it does, then convoy it out for my next builds.
See, if you were gonna do that, you should just have built the army in Liverpool. Because if you built the army in Liverpool, France knows it's not going away in the spring, and
Yeah,
knows
true.
it's not gonna get to Liverpool. Now he might be tempted to do it, and that's a problem. Even if you're able to defend, you'd rather him not come at all.
Right. No, I 100% agree with you. I think the Army Liverpool is a great build choice.
He doesn't know France is natty. I'm not sure natty will stab.
We'll see. Ooh,
He
no
doesn't.
stab.
Now he doesn't care. Germany convoys to Livonia. I mean, okay.
Germany really hates JJ. I don't know.
Man, what did JJ do to Roy?
Roy, JJ, did you beat up Roy, the old man? I don't know what happened, but Roy is determined to kill you.
Yep. I just like to remind everyone that the players don't know who anyone is in like terms of the powers, but this is just hilarious.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Like Russia was the one who would have helped Germany and could have helped Germany, and you just attack him all game. Like if you can talk, and Russia is like somebody that you don't particularly get on with, like fair enough, but they're not talking in this game.
Man, I can understand JJ being upset at Roy, but I can't understand Roy being upset at JJ. But I mean, the English will probably be getting the Baltics soon. Like God,
Yeah.
I envy the English position.
Yeah, Eber's coming.
How about the East? Something nice there, finally.
You don't see this very often.
Yeah.
I mean, losing Greece there is just not good for Austria. In fact, it's really bad. Like there's the Austrian fleet. Like he's probably never going to get a fleet again.
Yep. And just a beautiful convoy. Like you love to see it.
That's just
Fall 1903.
Wow, JJ.
Let's start in the Eastern.
Yeah, JJ successfully defends everything, which was by no means guaranteed and was well played by JJ. I think Warsaw going to Moscow is an underrated move here. Like you're only going to lose Warsaw if like there's a supported attack on it, and Germany is almost certainly going to Moscow. You may as well bounce him. And nothing else happened in the East except for super wordy correctly bouncing Max in Trieste, which was well done.
How about in the West, Ed?
It's the Eber Condrel show, starring Eber Condrel, written and directed by Eber Condrel, an Eber Condrel production. So 2 more builds for Eber. It's fantastic. Could not ask for a better score and position for England to be in at the end of 1903 with France unwilling to stab. I don't think there's any way France can avoid it now. Like France is not a stab at this point. France has to actually, do something here to stop.
I mean,
it.
with what though? I mean, England
is waiting for death. Like if he had gone up to North Atlantic and Mao, he would have made it in. He would have made it in, convoyed into Liverpool, and then the position is not clear cut. I mean, England is still building, but so are you. You put down Fleet Brest, there's a fight to be had there. Like right now, there's no fight here. It's just, I mean, Eber can go and take all Natty stuff whenever he wants. And there are some people who don't do that because Care Bearism is a thing, even in Gunboat. But Eber is not one of those guys.
This is going to be very, very blue show, let's say. England at 9 at the end of winter 1903. How about that?
Jesus Christ.
Just another little point, just on that. I mean, nobody knows who anyone's playing. It's not an awful position for Turkey. With England growing, blowing up big, him being the the tournament leader. If all these units start worrying about it and shift up a little north, if he plays a patient game, he could get a big enough score to cross over the line.
Agreed.
Yep.
See. Fleet Eddie, Fleet London again. Still would like to see Fleet Liverpool at some point. Sorry, Army Liverpool at some point, but what can you do?
Eber's going to wait one more year until he takes St. Pete and Berlin, and then he can go fight Natty. So, yeah.
Yep. I don't think there's algorithmic games possible. Like,
I would have waited. Honestly, it's just Fleet Liverpool and Fleet London here. Like, you can still take St. Pete. Who's going to stop you? You can still take Berlin. Just take those at the same time as you start fighting France.
Right. Let's see what happens. Spring 1904. Oh, not bad by Eber.
Eber snuffs out
the
potential.
You have to.
By moving to Clyde, which is, fantastic. Meanwhile, how's the armies where you need them in this situation? It's a fine position. France isn't going to get anything off. I'm trying to look. I guess you can get Belgium.
Belgium can be held with
England
Holland
can actually
and
hold Belgium. So he's going to hold Belgium, and he's going to build at least one. He's probably going to build two because Roy is probably going to cut Moscow for him because that's what Roy does.
Well, yeah.
I'm just impressed that you guys see it so quickly. Why aren't you actually playing?
Ed, the answer is I'm probably going to be wrong in the autumn. Like, I say a lot of stuff, but saying things is different from being right.
But also, Ed, in order to prevent any further sandbagging from you, I'd like to remind you that you saw things very quickly when I asked you to go first. Like, literally 5-second reads, not even past that.
He also sees very quickly when you play against him. Like, I wonder why that is.
But yeah, you want to say anything about the East? Saren seems relatively straightforward.
I mean, at this point, Max is gonna desperation fight Superworthy because it's his only hope of ever growing. But Superworthy's gonna say, "Well, fuck you! Like, I'm never gonna grow, so why should you take stuff off me?" And Divine Pastry. If this continues, the Pastry is gonna get big fast. So.
It'll be interesting to see how Eber and Pastry race. Eber may be helped by the fact that he did get 8 points or 10 points, whatever he got last round. That could be the big difference here. All 1904.
Yeah, Roy cut Moscow.
Yeah.
The first thing I wouldn't.
Of course.
Of course.
You cannot catch a break with this guy. It's unbelievable.
Oh my.
It's honestly with that second build, it's late. It's too late for Natty. Like, Eber should have built Fleet Liverpool last year and should have gone after Natty immediately. But right now, he still has the advantage. It's going to take a long time, but it's fucking 1904. It's 1904, and he has the entire North in Gunboat.
Mm-hmm. He's going to be on, 11 this turn? What you cannot... This is more than my dreams as England.
Yeah.
I don't know. This thing for Eber is... I'm looking at Natty. Natty's tried to hit on the hot girl at the bar and realized he wasn't going to do anything, and now he's pulling back. This was just a ridiculous move. I'm just another 2 for Eber. Oh my god.
He had no choice here. This is these moves are basically defensive for Natty, honestly. It's it's war. What else can he do? But what he could have done was attack last year and made it not an even fight, but a better fight.
And unfortunately, though, for Natty, no help can come to help him. Right?
Russia's actively helping.
There is no one to help. St. Petersburg is locked. There's no one who's going to help him dislodge Berlin. This is just There's nothing to be done here.
That's why people kill off England at the start, because you can't kick him out of this position. You can never ever kick him out.
Well, I mean, you don't have to attack England early. Just attack England in 1903 when you're looking in this position.
I'm assuming this is Fleet London Army Edinburgh, and just it's another day at the office for Eber.
Yeah, probably. So close. 50-50.
I don't think he needed the extra fleet.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I think you need
I
the army more. Like, I think if you want to play for a solo, which I think, you
He's
do
not
want to in such a position, I think you do want the extra army there for just presence on the continent.
He's not going to.
Let's see. I mean, just look at that this little triangle, right? Like that's made by this delta between like a nice little right triangle here, Pythagorean theorem and stuff like that. Just pretend like this meets right here, but just
His hypotenuse
ridiculous.
is
Like
bigger
the rest of the
than
board
that.
is flatlined, and Eber has taken all of the growth.
Natty has Belgium on lock in the spring, but if
what
that's
cost?
the case, then Eber can support him.
I mean, Eber can take Munich if Natty tries to guarantee Belgium. So let's see what
Yes,
happens.
true.
And that is what happens. Oh, brilliant news about Eber right here. Sorry to steal your guys' thunder, but the move from Holland to Ruhr lets Belgium retreat to Holland instead of getting piffed.
That is very
Takes
good.
the English Channel, bounces out of Irish. Edinburgh goes to Clyde, can take North Atlantic.
I mean, JJ just really wants St. Pete back, I guess, and he's going to get it for one turn, 1 year.
Yeah.
But
that's about it.
Fine, but he's just gonna lose it again. So
Right.
I don't know, JJ. You can do what you like.
I mean, theoretically, he can hold it. I mean, the guess here is pretty obvious. If you have Sweden and Bosnia support St. Petersburg. Oh wait, no,
No, there's no guess.
Yeah. There's no guess. I forgot that was a fleet. For a second, I saw a circle in St. Petersburg, which could have allowed to be saved.
I'm not. What do you guys think? I'm not 100% that the retreat to Silesia, as opposed to just blowing it up yourself, was the better move. He's got to get units west.
I mean, JJ's not gonna do anything except for take St. Petersburg. He's gonna JJ's gonna take St. Petersburg, and then France is at this point. If you're Natty, you probably just walk into Warsaw because who cares about JJ?
Here's how you think.
He's gonna top the score.
Right, exactly. And maybe you want to make a plan Berlin or something like that. Keep Eber honest if you're really committed to it. But I think there is flexibility that retreat so does off.
Yeah, there's play.
I think the retreat was recommended.
Oh,
and that's why. Oh, that's brutal. We're slipping into Burgundy.
Yeah, but at what cost, right? So loses Burgundy to Eber. Okay, so look, it's hard for me to figure everything out, but it didn't look like a great turn for Eber. Losing St. Petersburg, definitely losing Belgium, not holding Munich. But on the other hand, you do have the fleets in position now, North Atlantic and Irish, and you're in Burgundy. I think there's plenty of years for Eber to maintain his position. I think.
What is going on in the south? Is Max trying to organize a grand alliance against Eber by letting Divine Pastry through? Well, I mean, Pastry's not going to go for that. He's just going to take as much in the south as he can.
Yeah, he's just going to walk into Naples.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Well, I don't know. They can do what they like.
That is
I
true.
think Divine Pastry's in the best position
Is he?
to win the tournament. It'll be
Well,
really
yeah, because he has
hard.
that huge lead. But I mean, right now, if Eber can keeping that Dawson is going to be hard for sure. I mean,
Eber's pulling 2, and Natty is building 1.
Yeah,
and JJ's building 2, but they have to be in Warsaw and Sev.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I think there's a good chance that Divine Pastry loses this game, but wins the finals.
Yeah.
Where does Natty build? I think it's kind of a hard call.
Army
Marseille?
Paris, or
Just pull Bothnia. You don't need that crap. Pulls North Atlantic and Burgundy. Really?
That's
trying to
like,
make peace. Oh,
let's get the band back together again.
Oh,
We
I mean-
sold a lot of albums back in the 01, 02 years.
That's sad, Eber. Like, Natty's not going to do anything but fight you forever and ever. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Natty will turn around. I don't know.
Turn around with what? Where is there for him to go?
To be fair, this means that Eber just retakes St. Pete and never loses it. So that's one build.
Yeah.
Eber can hold out for 1 year, and then when he gets his build from St. Pete, he can just start fighting Natty again. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
guess.
it's one strategy.
Now you sound like me, like really trying to talk myself into like hope. If this could happen, it'd be so cool.
So odds that Tirhanian takes Naples by the fall of 1906?
100%.
Yeah, I agree. Oh!
What?
What? Wow.
Well, I guess I'm wrong.
The Grand Alliance. It's on. But first we kill Austria.
So the Grand Alliance to kill Austria. It's an IRT. The IRT is a great alliance, guys. Everybody, let's kill Austria. Let's just take him off the board.
I know it's your favorite alliance, Sarah. Multiple times you're on the wrong end of it. Oh man.
I'm fine with IRT if I'm Italy, Russia, or Turkey.
Of course. But I mean, Austria's now in trouble. Budapest. Oh, I think Austria gave up. Budapest could
not in trouble. He's dead.
I mean, Budapest could have retreated Greece. She could have survived an extra year.
Not if they were coordinated against him.
I can't blame Max in Italy for doing this because Max is trying to win too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that he actually has a decent chance of surviving to the next year because JJ, like, now that he's pulled Galicia, now that he's not retreated to Galicia, JJ may well just support Vienna.
Yep.
There's an argument to be made there. Yeah, so Eber's gonna get his build but he might lose Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to lose Berlin, actually. Should bounce through her.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here.
He'll still build because Berlin's a forced disband, so he builds.
I always like these things where Russia really wanted French support into Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, nah, I think I'll take it.
Yep. JJ was very optimistic thinking we'd get that support.
There is no way he was ever getting that.
Yeah, there's optimism and then there's whatever that was.
By the way, nice move from Turkey. I mean, I know we're jumping around here. Didn't take Naples, but decided to take Tunis.
Yeah.
Do the fake out. Totally faked out Max.
I mean, there was no need to fake out because I don't think Max even cared to defend against him to begin with. But
I mean, that is incredible. So, how ready are we to proclaim Divine Pastry our champion?
I would say the champagne's on ice, but the bottle's not uncorked.
Okay. So I mean, like he has like a 30 point like lead or 35 point lead over Eber.
Was there an argument for Eber to walk out of St. Pete here in the hopes that JJ would build a fleet in Sep? Probably the only thing at this point that can push Divine Pastry back. Actually, probably not because Eber doesn't know it's Pastry. He doesn't know who's who.
Yeah.
But
he does want to minimize everyone else's score. Like, you know, and there's a good guess, like, you know, that the highest person would be Turkey, given how the draft structure works. In that it is an inverse order of preferences based off of your rank. So we'll see.
Fleet Liverpool, Fleet Marseille, fair.
Yeah.
I think Eber here feels pretty good.
Fleet Con. What? He didn't take the Black Sea.
What's the point of Fleet Con if you're not going to take
He didn't take the Black Sea. Oh.
He's got 5.5 years to worry about the Black Sea.
But why not just build Fleet Smyrna then?
I mean, I guess he wanted the option of bouncing Black Sea. No, JJ didn't even have a build, so that I don't even know.
Yeah.
Just to
Kill
show
gets
off.
blown up. Or sorry, Kill retreats to Denmark.
Yeah.
Eber's woes continue.
I mean, to be fair, like, he can't be dislodged from anything he has left. Like, there's no way France ever takes Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
Does he support JJ
could be taken potentially?
I think he should support JJ into Berlin.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Knock a unit down.
He just walks in.
Yeah, but on the other hand, France takes Holland.
Yep.
France is in
Holland's
Kiel.
retreat.
Holland took Belgium. But so overall, it's flat for Russia, up 2, down 2. I mean for France.
I think so. Yeah. Great turn for JJ though. Picks up Serbia.
Yeah.
Picks up Berlin.
Yeah, man. That is really good for JJ.
Serbia's force picked.
Now he builds a fleet in Sev.
Has to.
Yeah, surely.
Fleet Sev, Army Moscow.
He ain't gonna do it.
He did it. Our guy JJ.
Whew. And Eber seems to have the same results as last time. Gets super big in 1904, and then.
I mean, he takes Mao now, so that's gonna give him something against France. And
Yep, that's true. Mao is forced, retreats to Portugal.
Yep.
Burgundy occupied. Holland is forced.
it wasn't forced. Like
Not
not even
forced, but yeah, it's taken.
it was
It
taken.
could have been stopped. Turkey retreats. Italy is quite happy to take Vienna now. It's going to be interesting to see who Italy chooses here. I presume they would choose Russia, right, as a primary.
Goodbye,
ally.
Super. I thought you were gonna win this whole thing.
Very
It could have
sad.
been.
I mean, Super Wordy played great. It just
He did.
Yeah. Did
Fall 1908. What are you guys seeing here?
I mean, nothing really happens in the north. Like Eber is probably going to get frozen in this current position for quite a while because they've formed like a quasi line against him. But it's very good for JJ.
Yeah. Let's see.
And Max gets a build.
That's going to build.
I'll be right back.
Okay, sure.
All right, we'll just keep going.
It's the Longhorn show now.
Yeah, we got it.
Up the horns, baby.
Oh, JJ loses Budapest, but gets Ankara.
Yeah, read the board to me, Ed. Tell me what you're seeing.
I'm not. I think JJ could have kept Budapest there. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you could have.
So I feel bad. I think he'd rather be in Budapest than what the moves that he did. As Saren predicted, I mean, England had play on Mid-Atlantic. Now what? Now what's the big question? I mean, England's probably going to try and get the fleet around to Western Med, I'd assume.
Probably. I mean, this is just a repeat of what we saw last time. I mean, like, it's the same position, but actually worse for England now because the French don't have an army in Ruhr to complement the army in Kiel and army in Belgium. I mean, Holland cannot be forced. Presumably, Fleet Baltic will get pulled. But, I mean, at that point, you just have a frozen north, which is just so unfortunate for Eber given how strong the positions are.
Yeah. Not good.
Well, 1909. Talk to me, Ed.
All right, so Eber did lose Holland, but good news is he got Kiel. So
he did get Kiel, and he got Belgium.
And a little fleet move into Belgium.
Neither of those should happen. That is
Channel to Belgium.
terrible.
Channel to Belgium.
That was fantastic, right?
What did Belgium? Why did Berlin not hold Kiel like last time? Very, very. Interesting.
Well, yeah, and I think he expected it because it's happened like lots of times. Instead, he did one of what JJ's what I call stupid moves. So he had a choice. He basically sacrificed Kiel,
Yeah.
and I'm frankly, yeah. I mean, I guess it was a choice because Brest was at issue, and so Picardy probably had to support Brest. But
It's possible that he reacted to Italy screwing him over and decided to feed England as well, right?
Maybe, but I mean, like he tried to give a support hold to Budapest because like trying to ask Italy to lay off. But I mean, like, why? Like,
I guess Max is gonna try to. this is where Max was like, okay, I'm gonna help Russia, and then as soon as they're fighting each other, I'm gonna go and try to kill both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Maybe JJ just thought I'm going to play balance of power.
Yeah,
like either France is going to get bigger, or I'm going to keep France and England around the same.
Yeah, it's gunboat, so you can play balance of power. Don't play balance of power when people can talk. It doesn't go well.
Yeah. Bring 1910.
JJ decides he wants St. Pete back.
JJ wants St. Pete back. This is it.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it.
This
At
is
what
like a
cost, though, is the
Hollywood movie.
question.
The stellar of resentments opened up against England.
I mean,
Italy is now in the Ionian. That's looking pretty good.
it is a guess. St. Pete is not guaranteed for JJ.
Holland is taken by the English. The French take Belgium.
That convoy succeeding is low-key very big. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that is just, you can't expect that to succeed, and yet it did.
This is what I hate about Speedboat in the East is like, I'm not good at, like, on a dime, I'm supposed to understand how all the signals change. You know, after Turkey takes Tunis, now they're friends with Italy. Like, so I don't understand how this works.
There we go. So
now they're enemies again. You know, like, so.
Oh man, and the push into Russia is just incredibly strong. Galicia, Ukraine, the end of Galicia. Oh, what a beautiful position. And Bulgaria gets picked. Oh.
Hey, Max made this, right?
It is absolutely crazy. Like, if you look at the position that Italy was in a few years ago, and now this like the South is Italy's.
I mean, we thought Italy was screwed after Divine Pastry, like hoodwinked him and took Tunis instead of going for Naples, and now, well played by Max.
Yeah, I mean Max,
that Divine Pastry, that's why you send Khan to the Black Sea.
Yeah, exactly.
Russia can't hurt you if you kill Russia.
JJ's trying to send hopeless supports and search for an ally, but no one seems to be taking him up on it.
Hey, this is a good game.
This is a great game. This is one of my favorite gunboat games to commentate.
Wow. I mean, this turn straight up looks like it could be a press game, like the moves.
Yeah.
It could be a virtual game.
I mean, yeah, the West is frozen in time well, but I mean, good order sets like you see there. The Italians and the Russians, the Russians and the Turks, like, you know, Russia saves Turkey there. Will Russia get rewarded for it ever? Maybe, maybe not, but very
positional game. Han went to Bulgaria, East Coast.
Yeah, East Coast. Black is gone.
Yeah. Is that the limit of his issues, or will more come afterwards, though?
I mean, should Black be gone? Like, I don't think Turkey should be going for it here, but...
You might take Ankara instead, right?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Do anything.
Take some Ankara instead. But good set of orders gets Serbia. I mean, that was just going to happen because Turkey just didn't have enough armies. Like, you know, had they had one more army in Bulgaria,
it was guaranteed. Serbia was
guaranteed. So,
I mean, Eber's got to be pretty happy at this point. He made board tap still.
He could probably
like Eber's he has no upside from here because this is a line for him. But France and Russia are just going to write the same attacks every turn until like JJ is no longer able to write. But as long as JJ is alive in Berlin, he'll keep writing that. So it is a stalemate here between. Like, this is pretty impressive. Like, this English line, like he has all of that, but it's all he'll ever have.
No, England could have Baltic support Kiel to Berlin and then send Denmark down. It'll bounce out Kiel and you'll pick up Berlin.
Yeah, I think Berlin's gone.
But let's see if Eber sees that. Pulls the Black Sea, good faith sign to Turkey. Hopefully Turkey rewards him. We'll see.
When do people reward anything, Carmen?
I'm not going to reward my good faith.
One turn to go. Or, I mean, one season to go.
But yeah, this, I guess, is the move that makes the move set I suggested dangerous, is that if Natty switches over and has rural support Munich to Kiel, then the move that I suggested becomes much, much more tenuous. We'll see if Eber decides to take the chance in the fall. I would take the chance because, I mean, what's the worst that happens?
You have to, because Italy's picked up 2 here. Italy's now board topping.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, what was Max's score last game? Did he survive?
I think he was 13 down. It's really close. I think it's really close right now. It's 8 ahead.
We'll see.
So Max just wins, right? Because if he was second in the previous game, and I think he's just gonna win, right?
I think it was 43 to 31 ish. I didn't memorize it.
Yeah, like if he was the 31, then he can't be beaten.
Well, let's see what happens here in fall. Hey, Eber makes orders as I suggested,
but loses Holland.
Loses Holland, but picks up Belgium, so that's not even. So he goes up 1.
That seems like that happens a lot. Anyways.
Yeah.
Italy lost Romania, but
look at the coordination though on Romania though. Black Sea figures out the right units to support.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. You love to see that.
That is impressive.
So at the end of the game, you have Eber managing to stay on top at 32. The Divine Pastry though is at 14, I think, which
I think he's gonna win by like 2 points. I think Divine Pastry wins by like 2. Let's see if I know.
Wait, does he?
No, I think Divine Pastry wins by more than 2 points. Eber's score is not enough.
No, it's not.
No, over Max.
It's between Pastry and Max, not Pastry and Eber.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that may be closer actually. Let me see if I can pull up the scores.
So Karthik, you know that Ed is a lawyer, and like I'm a liberal arts person, so I think this is up to you to do.
So yeah, Max Gurinas does win.
By 3.5 points. That is a really small delta in Open Mind the Gap.
You know what? He deserved it because at one point I think he got written off in both games as Germany and as Italy. He hung in there. He maximized his opportunities. We did nothing but rag on the guy for half of both shows, and he won. I think this was the best collective 2 games we've seen. I think I've either played or commented on all the speedboat finals, and it's a well-deserved victory.
No, agreed, 100%. Like, despite not topping either board, Max shows, like, if you're persistent and can find a way to get second place twice and, like, never give up and, like, just, like, keep fighting, and you manage to keep your bigger powers small, because that's what that's what Mind the Gap really rewards, is making sure that, like, whoever is the leader doesn't get too far ahead. Max did a really good job of that. And as a result, he is a very, very, very deserving winner.
It was just very solid play. Like, like there was not much flashy stuff, but like flashy gets to 0 points. Like Super Wordy eliminated in both games. Very sad. So while I'm sad that the people I was sort of rooting for the flashiness didn't do so well, it was very well played by Max.
Yeah. Fantastic game all around. And thanks for you guys for letting me crash your party. I appreciate it.
Of course, I'm always happy to have another Longhorn in the house.
I just want to listen to the views of a top player like yourself, Ed.
I'm sure you do. Exactly. Yeah, no, it's very critical watching me, spell cat. I can do it.
Well, congrats to our champion, Max Gurinas.
Yep, well congrats.
Well, thanks to the team for covering that both of those games. Thanks to Ed, Saren, and Karthik. If you enjoyed watching the Nexus Speedboat coverage, you can definitely check out more on the Diplomats YouTube channel, where that team has been covering a lot more of those games. So thanks again. Dave, Adam, any thoughts on what we just saw?
I think Speedboat's a different beast. It's the games I think are quite different from what we saw in the earlier rounds of VDL. It was great to hear the commentary with the right context in mind, right? When we talk about the VDL games, we're doing it without the benefit of hearing the communication, but we also start with a baseline assumption that people are talking and that there are negotiations going on. But it's a totally different beast with Speedboat, where everything is completely board position and over the tabletop.
It's also a totally different beast when you have a different scoring system and a different tournament arrangement. So you've got a 2-board final. The guy who wins the tournament didn't top either board. and it just had to do with the way the scoring worked. Sometimes people don't like to talk about scoring systems, or they don't like certain scoring systems. You have to learn to adapt, because we're never going to all agree on one way to do things. You need to adapt when you go from one event to another. And this is a good example of that.
Yeah, and we've got a couple players on that board that have played in other formats quite successfully as well. So I think that's a testament to their ability to be flexible and identify the incentives in the system they're playing. And to me, it speaks to the flexibility of this game. And that's something that I really appreciate about it. So.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, let's transition us over to our virtual Diplomacy League final game. So give me a second and we'll pull that up.
Also, Speedboat's just fun, folks out there that haven't played it yet. It's just fun. 5-minute deadline gunboat is a lot of fun. I haven't done it in a few months, but it is a lot of fun. If I ever had time, I'd get to go do it some more.
Yeah, and I'll say those were some of the best quality games for Speedboat that I've seen in a while also. A lot of fun. All right. So you know what? Before we get to this, let's take a quick look at our standings. Behind the scenes, Brandon Fogel was hard at work fixing the issue we had earlier. So here is what our standings looked like at the start of this broadcast. And after the first and second rounds, let's take a look and see how things have adjusted. All right, so we did see a little bit of movement. We've got Morgante on the strength of that near solo vaulting up into second. And I use the term vaulting because of the size of that score. Man, if that had been a solo, that probably would have moved Morgante into first. Saren is bumped down to third, but holds on. Brandon Fogel is in fourth, but playing in this final game. So that's something to keep an eye on. And then I think Tom DeGrief is the other big mover on this from these early round games. So Karthik, I believe, is playing as well. Let's take a quick look at that. So our top DBNI players playing tonight. Yeah, so Karthik, Jason already played. Farron, Wes may be playing tonight.
And of course, Brandon is playing tonight.
Brandon. Yep. So this will be good. Let's take a quick look at our player list. David, you want to go ahead and call this out?
Jamal Blackharley, as we know, because he's appeared on DBN before, is a player in Australia who won a face-to-face tournament earlier this year. Is a really good player, playing, I guess, really early in the morning in Australia. Maybe I've already messed up one time zone guess today, so I won't do it again. But it's fun to see him playing along with Brandon Fogel. Less fun to see Brandon playing. Who wants to see that guy? Christian Brown always does interesting moves and has had some success lately, including at the Weasel Moot. Hal Shield, very consistent player over the last year and is frankly dangerous on any board. Karthik, possibly one of the most successful players in the last 12 months. So it'll be interesting to see if he's a target. Of course, it's hard to target Italy early, isn't it? Wes Ketchum, our stats man, great to see him back in. He's trying to improve his position. He's already pretty high up in the standings. And Henry, one of the newer players who actually subbed in earlier, gets to play a game in his own right, and that's fun to see too.
Adam?
Not a lot to add. I mean, I think should be a good dynamic board. We have two of DBN's own on this board, which I think we'll be hoping to see them both take an early exit. But I think this should be really interesting.
All kidding aside, if I had to put any money, I'd put it on Brandon. He's really been on a tear lately.
It is hard to bet against Mr. Fogel.
I have frequently and lost. So, all right, let's get to it.
Okay, so let's see what happened here. Oh, we have the Russia-Turkey bounce in Armenia rather than the Black Sea. That is a fun, interesting diplomatic play. I guess if somebody lies about it and goes to the Black Sea, then the other's in Armenia. So I think there's incentives on both sides. But what it allows the Turks to do is move that fleet out, which the traditional Black Sea bounce doesn't allow it to do. That's also followed with the Moscow to Sev, which is presumably assumed to bounce and leave the army in Moscow for options in the fall. Similarly, no bounce in Galicia. So some interesting moves out in the east. In the west, we see France support themselves to Burgundy and no action in the English Channel.
I think Vienna to Trieste is very interesting. We don't see that move as much as we did, years ago when I first started playing. That was a relatively popular opening. That's because we just have a lot more AI friendship than we used to. But I'm wondering if the Italians were intending to go to Trieste like you see a lot, and the Austrians said, yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, and I think the popularity of the Galicia bounce also makes it difficult for many Austrians to make that move.
Yes.
Definitely.
Well, we know who's taking Belgium with support of everyone else is the English. Maybe the English sending an army to Belgium is not going there to die. If both of your friends say, please go to Belgium, we'll see.
Yeah, I think the other exciting thing in the West is the German move of Denmark to Sweden, with Bothnia going to Baltic Sea. That's always a fun thing for Russia to do if they sniff out the bounce and strand that German unit in Sweden. Dropping into Baltic, obviously going to cause some problems for Hal in this game. Otherwise, in the East, I think it's pretty standard stuff. We get the convoy to Tunis. We get the Russians support themselves into Romania, but interestingly put the fleet in Romania. That's definitely interesting in light of what appeared to be a Russia-Turkey alliance. Usually that's a little bit less productive towards attacking Austria, so maybe West is interested in playing more of a northern game, and that Moscow to Livonia move might be indicative of that. So we'll be looking on the lookout for a potential northern build from West.
Yeah, he's clearly more concerned about the fact that he knew that Germany was going to Sweden than anything else, and has moved in response to that. And of course, it's hard to have an RT alliance that's going anywhere when Russia doesn't go to Galicia and has an active deal not to.
Looks great from the EF perspective, and we've seen quite a few successful EFs already today.
We have.
Yeah, I'm curious if maybe we've got a little top of the world going on with Russia and England. I could see a convoy coming across and doing some fun stuff in Scandinavia with some potential support from England. I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on it.
It's a possibility.
Interesting. 2 fleets for England, 2 armies for France. That's quite interesting.
I also think the Army Moscow is interesting. I understand the theory, the flexibility theory there, but I really think I would have liked maybe Warsaw in that situation. You already poked the German bear. You might as well keep going. And if you really are worried about St. Pete, cover it with Livonia.
Yeah, it's definitely an equivocating move.
Yep.
There's no top of the world.
And we are concerned about St. Pete, clearly. But this is going to spell, I think, bad news for West. I mean, he gets that convoy from Livonia into Kiel, but at what price, right? He's got some issues right now. It's hard to say exactly what's going on with the Turks, but it doesn't look terribly friendly. The Black Sea could have been an agreed-upon bounce, but the move to Armenia probably is not something that West wanted to see. Elsewhere, we do see the Turks attack the work with the Italians, actually, to attack the Austrians, with Italy convoying over into Greece. Meanwhile, England just gets a free play into Denmark and seems to be having his way in the north, as Brandon does in these kinds of situations.
I'm not convinced that Russia and England didn't arrange the bounce in St. Pete. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Brandon's about to take Sweden.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope. No, he actually supports the Germans down. I mean, this is really nice by Brandon here, working with the Germans, sort of not clear. It looks like the French are sort of moving in multiple directions, going up to Picardy while dropping the fleet down south. But it really clears out the position in the north for Brandon to kind of have a lot of options, which is ultimately where you want to be in this game, is having as many options as possible while your enemies have fewer options, so they're more predictable. And I think that Brandon set that up really nicely.
Yeah, Wes really is in deep doo-doo, as you were saying, Brian. The Austrians and Italians then work together against the Turks, so a little bit of a rearrangement there, although it's hard to know what Fleet Albania to Adriatic really means, considering that Army is also going from Vienna to Tyrolia. That doesn't look like long-term friendship.
No, not at all. I mean, that's, when you go to Tyrolia instead of Galicia in this position, when everyone's piling on Russia, it certainly says you've got something else in mind.
Well, there's been an AR friendship from the beginning, so.
I think what we're seeing here is something I'm very familiar with. This is a lot of weasel on weasel violence. Wes, Brandon, and Christian are all play each other frequently with the Windy City Weasels, and they are all, as usual, fighting each other.
Christian's sort of all over the place. We'll see what he's really doing. He's only got one fleet. I always hate that when you're France. It just such limits your options.
And there goes Brandon with the Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London.
Yeah, that's Christian's about to get hit. I guess there's no way around it. Well, but what else was Brandon going to do? He wasn't going to stab Hal at this point. And he's already beaten. He's already won in the Scandinavia, so there wasn't anything else to do up there.
No reason not to do exactly what he's doing. He's got Russia potentially fighting Hal anyway, so he doesn't need to worry about Hal doing anything funny. And actually, it looks like Austria is now positioning on the German border, which is kind of a strange decision on Jamal's part.
Well, he's thrown himself in with the Italians again. If you have a lot of back and forth in the east and you have a strong alliance moving in the west, guess who wins?
Yeah. Is this really what you want to be doing as Austria at this stage of the game, though? And you want to be securing up some position, which means putting the vice on to either Russia or Turkey here, even if you are working with the Italians, right?
Maybe, although, again, if you're thinking ahead, you don't really want an EG that's really, really strong. I mean, I agree that you wonder what your growth potential is, but you also, maybe thinking ahead here.
I think they're just playing an error, trying to get position up in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and there goes Brandon into the mid-Atlantic. I mean, I think you're right. I mean, clearly they're doing some stuff in the middle of the board. They're pushing France. They're pushing into Piedmont, doing that whole kind of thing.
The problem is this is an EG alliance, but it's a really big E and a really little G. Yeah. And I'm not sure what the point of putting pressure on Hal is, given how these moves have gone, or frankly, for that matter, putting pressure on the French, because this really just benefits Brandon mostly.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon essentially has Hal by the pair. I mean, there's nothing Hal can really do against Brandon, and Brandon can pretty much walk wherever he wants when he wants it. I mean, those German centers are kind of Brandon's when he wants them, when he's done with Hal, I think, given the precariousness of Hal's position. And if the AR continues to put pressure on Hal, he'll probably rather that Brandon have them than the Eastern powers.
I tell you what, I said I was going to put my money on Brandon. Brandon's already controlling this game. We'll see if something changes, but my goodness,
this is really interesting. Like, this is sort of feels to me. Well, here, their Austrian is pulling out, and the Russians pulling out too, which is probably the right decision. Because what you risk here, if Austria and Russia continue to put pressure on Hal, is you make the EG a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because you basically force it to continue. You give Hal fewer options, and you just let Brandon stay in the driver's seat. So I think they're doing the right thing. I think diplomatically something changed this turn. I don't like Hal's move to Silesia, but I can kind of understand he's still got to protect himself. So this maybe the winds will change a little bit and there'll be some resistance against Brandon, but nobody's in a position to do it. So we'll see.
Gotta love that convoy to Armenia.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really nice. Because now Ankara can fall. Yep. That's really nice. But that's the AR cooperation we've had from the beginning of the game. But there's been a weird AI relationship since the beginning of the game. Not very clear who's doing what, and I think that is still true.
Yeah, they're sort of working together, but sort of not. I guess is what it's
sort of not working. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it hasn't been working very well, and that's unusual, right? Because usually we see Karthik in pretty solid alliances in a lot of these games. He's usually able to work those out, but whatever is happening here, they seem to just not be on a good enough page together.
Well, maybe they're turning a corner here because the fleet had to go to Naples, which means Albania really did need to go to. Maybe they are working it out here. It just looked goofy at first glance, but maybe not. Maybe they're working.
Yeah, it's true. And actually, Albania did go to Ionian with support as well, right?
Yeah, and it makes sense. I didn't see the support either, but it would have made sense even without the support.
Yeah.
Yeah. England at 8 in this situation is pretty good. How having to build an army. I mean, I say having to, like, could he really stab Brandon here? And the answer was probably yes. Could have built a fleet, taken Denmark.
With Denmark retreating to Sweden?
I know, but at least you're moving forward. I mean, and you got your fleets in better position. You'd be trading centers, but your fleet would be on the North Sea. With only one fleet, Hal has no choices to make.
Man, this is just such a dominating position by Brandon right now.
With the AR moving away, that would have given Hal a chance to do something else, but he didn't do it.
Yeah.
So if not Brandon, who else? Who's got a shot?
Brandon's going to have to really mess up here to not dominate this board, I think. I mean, it's really hard to say somebody in the East coming out of it. I mean, if AI gets their act together, I could see them bottling up the Med a little bit, though Brandon's basically already across there, right? But they could probably bottle him up and take some of the spoils from the East. But honestly, it feels like Brandon's game to lose.
Yeah, your question was, if not Brandon, who? And if not Brandon, it means the game got called because of bad weather or something. But Brandon's really the only one who could possibly take this game, I think.
Oh, look at this. We've got Germany getting further and further away from their home centers. Brandon continuing to advance. Yeah.
I hope that Hal said to Brandon, it's fine, I'll do this stuff. You've got to leave Denmark now. And it just didn't happen. If he didn't say that, then I think he's lost a diplomatic situation here, because that is just too much advantage to Brandon. Now, maybe Hal didn't think he had any choices. Maybe.
I'll also point out, look at Brandon's read of the board right here. The obvious thing to do is have Norway support St. Petersburg, because that's kind of what you do here. Clearly, Brandon was so confident that West was not going to make a supported attack on St. Petersburg that he felt, that he could go ahead and do what he just did.
And he probably knew that Hal was hitting Livonia. So even if Russia takes it from Livonia, you got an enemy army in Livonia. So all of that would have been fixable. So I agree. That's a really good read. In the East, the AR and to some degree AI cooperation continues, and that's really smart, because they got to take those Turkish builds and use them against.
I mean, David, what do you want to see the other side of the board doing at this point? I mean, they can't directly influence Brandon and hold him back, right? The only way you can do that is by pushing against Hal, which is exactly what you don't want to do, because it makes those units ultimately fall against him. So how do you deal with this if you're Austria, Italy right now, or Russia?
I think you do what you're doing, which is killing the Turks, using the builds up at the front, and trying to convince Hal to turn around.
And does he here? What is going? What actually? No, he doesn't. The breast thing must be.
I'm assuming that's although the French are supporting it. My guess is that is not a stab.
Yeah.
It would. I mean, I would imagine that Belgium would be going to Holland if it were a stab.
You know, the English fleets are back where they started, aren't they? In the north.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not quite sure. I understood what the point of that.
Well, it may just be he's ready to move against Sweden.
Yeah.
After this build, we'll see. Hal builds the army. I mean, he's probably thinking in for a penny, in for a pound. But if I were Hal, I'd be trying to figure out some way to pivot here if I possibly could.
I mean, you got an English fleet in the Baltic Sea now. I mean, interesting.
Maybe too late to try to pivot. I don't know.
It's pretty interesting that Brandon builds another fleet here. He's super fleet heavy. What do we got? 4, 8.
You do that because your best friend is Germany. You don't want to build any armies. All that would be doing is threatening your best buddy Germany.
And you can take most of his dots without armies anyway if you need to.
Shh. Oh boy.
Eesh.
North Africa, Western Med. Fleet goes to North Sea, can't possibly be spun in any way other than I'm taking Holland. Skagerrak cannot possibly be spun in any way that I'm coming.
But why Baltic to Sweden? Why not just sit in Baltic so that you don't have
Bothnia, actually.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Bothnia. Why go to Bothnia there? Why not wait? Just sit there in the spring.
Maybe sometimes you send mixed messages on purpose so that your message is not clear. And maybe that's what he's doing here, or there could have been some other theory, that this helped him defend St. Petersburg. I don't know. I mean, what you don't want is for a Russian army to get into St. Petersburg and then they could possibly leak out into Finland.
It's a pretty odd set of moves for a stab, though, right? I mean, I guess
don't know what else it could be, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you support yourself to Sweden here, maybe, and take Holland.
I don't think it's coming, actually. I don't think it's a stab.
All moves were agreed.
Yeah, that's not the moves. I don't think those are the moves you make if you're stabbing, right? You've got to bounce Burgundy. You don't want to have. You've got to be in Sweden now and sit in Baltic in the spring, so that you're not in this position, and then you can then support something down. Try to go down to Kiel or something like that in the fall.
Setting up a convoy from Belgium to Sweden, something like that.
Or something. I don't know. Brandon could say whatever he wants about how this was agreed to. It don't make no sense.
Well, I mean, he takes 3 dots off of Germany. If that was agreed, then
I mean, it could have been agreed to, and Hal could have said yes, but it didn't make no sense except as a stab.
And he supports the French into Marseille to make sure Hal doesn't get Marseille.
Yeah, I mean, the hammer was going to fall. It's unfortunate the hammer's falling, and he's also in the Western Med and North Africa. Now the question is going to become: sure, Brandon's getting gigantic here, but does he have any diplomatic flexibility left with anybody? Does he need it?
Well, not to top the board. I mean, to solo, he's still at 12, right? And to get 18, he needs 5 more centers. Now, sure, we can argue that he could get Kiel and Berlin, maybe Paris. Beyond that, I mean, I think if the rest of the board doesn't want him getting past that, I think the rest of the board can keep him from getting past that, right?
Yeah, we'll see what the rest of the board does. I mean, the 3 have been sort of coordinating, i.e., not Turkey, have been coordinating pretty well. We'll see if that sticks.
Yeah,
Christian might Janus area to Brandon. It's the kind of thing Christian would do.
Yep.
There's some quality players that definitely have the chops to stop the solo. Sure.
I mean, I could see him very easily getting stopped at 14 or 15 here if the other rest of the board doesn't want him to advance, or Kiel and Berlin are probably gone, but he doesn't have a lot of armies in the middle of the board to get things like Munich and Warsaw, Moscow.
All of that is true, and yet I just feel like Brandon, it's been kismet for this game for Brandon to control it. I'm not going to count him out yet.
Well,
In terms of
I
a
wouldn't.
solo. In terms of a solo.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of a solo, I'm not going to count him out.
Yeah, sure. Oh, well, okay. So this is what kills the game is where Austria stabs Italy. I mean, now it's
Oh gosh.
now it's a solo game for. I mean, Austria just stabbed Germany, just stabbed Italy. I mean, it's great that Austria is going to build like 4 or 5 here, but
Oh,
Well, unless you're Peter Jurgen, you can only build 3 as Austria.
that's what I hear. Yeah.
Yeah.
The main problem is Austria has how many fleets now? 1. Maybe they'll build a second, but I mean, this is how solos happen.
Jamal has been snookered.
I am incredibly curious to see. I mean, obviously, Karthik will be upset. Curious to see how Wes reacts to this. That could.
I mean, what do you do as Italy here other than pull your -1? So you're going to pull Fleet Tuscany, right? And so now and you're going to say to Austria, okay, I'm going to go fight you now. Actually, you're probably going to pull Fleet Tunis. I take that back. Oh, Ankara, you're over there. Okay. So you're going to say Austria, now I'm kicking.
Yes, you might do that, except for the fact that you really don't want anybody in a league situation to solo. So can you get your emotions in check and say, all right, Jamal, that was good. Let's stop Brandon. Probably not, but you'd hope that you could try to come up with some kind of way to prevent Brandon from soloing here. But I have felt that, gosh, Brandon just felt like he controlled this game from the beginning, and he's still moving. Still moving. And by the way, this is only 1908.
Yeah, Brandon's going to be at about, he's taking at least 2 this turn. That's getting him to 16. Tunis is going to be gone. That's 17. I mean, this is Brandon's game.
Yeah.
And he's got Karthik supporting him into Naples. I mean,
that answers my question on whether there was any chance of putting something together. It probably wouldn't have worked anyway. The position was just so.
No.
He walks out of Marseille, though. I guess that was his sop to Karthik.
Yeah, keep Karthik on the board if he's helping you take centers.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure.
Marseille is 16, Rome is 17, Tunis is 18. That's game right here.
Indeed. And everybody knows it.
Wow. Great job, Brandon. Amazing.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
I guess we might find out. It'd be interesting if Brandon had anything to do with Jamal stabbing Karthik.
Oh, I would imagine.
Well, Jamal's capable of making his own decisions, and he may have decided that he could somehow pull that off. So I'm not saying Jamal didn't have his own agency here. I'm sure he did, but it wouldn't surprise me if Brandon had some kind of whispering going on.
Hard to imagine that. That was just very masterfully done. I think this is a game worth studying, actually, for those who are looking to get there, see how solos happen. I mean, this is just textbook case. It was a very stoppable situation from a tactical standpoint, and for whatever reason, the board broke, and I'm sure Brandon had something to do with that.
Well, and let's not, and yes, that's all true. And there were also some mistakes that were made. I mean, Howe really had a chance to build some fleets and try to avoid this.
Yep.
And decided that he didn't want to or couldn't or had committed too much. Sometimes you got to pivot. Got to pivot.
All right. Well, that wraps up our coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League, and you got to hear all of our thoughts. Why don't we bring in Brandon and hear his thoughts about how he pulled that off? Brandon Fogel, welcome.
Hey.
Impressive.
Well done, sir.
Thanks. It was, I honestly didn't see the solo coming. Adam was just saying it was hard to imagine that I wasn't whispering in Jamal's ear. I actually wasn't. Wes was, and Christian was. Christian told me afterward that he'd been sort of whispering the whole time. Jamal's rationale for doing it, honestly, it didn't even occur to me because I didn't think they would go for it. So I wasn't actively trying things on the other side of the line. And in fact, I called for, there was a draw vote after I stabbed and got up to 12, and I voted it down. And then in the fall, once Hal supported Karthik into Marseille, I thought that I was pretty much stopped at 12 or 13 if they coordinated against me, and I didn't feel like dragging things out. And I wanted, and I also wanted to see if I could get Christian and Henry to both survive. So they hadn't been eliminated yet, but their centers were occupied in the fall of fall of 07, I think. And actually Karthik vetoed the draw, and then Jamal admitted afterward that he had voted down the draw as well. So they were still actively trying to sort of make something happen. And when Jamal stabbed, I didn't see it coming at all. And I suddenly was like, okay, now I got a shot. And what Jamal said after the game was that he's in the Australian hobby, he's never seen anybody throw a solo. And so he thought that he could stab, and then when it was clear that it wouldn't get him that far, that he could talk Karthik into just holding the line and stopping me from soloing. Karthik's attitude was this, and it's a really fascinating one in terms of board reputation. Karthik's attitude was, it behooves me to have people worry that I will throw a solo if they cross me the wrong way. And so he is now establishing his board reputation, and that will potentially pay dividends in the future. You know, people will be less likely to do what Jamal did here because they know that Karthik is not issuing empty threats when he makes that solo throw. So,
you know, that's fine to say in a tournament game, Brandon, sort of a one-off weekend situation, but in the league, he has put you way up above him.
But I was already above him. That's the thing.
I know, but way up above him.
Yeah,
way up above him. I mean, you and McCarless are not catchable.
Yeah, but you know, maybe he thought McCarless wasn't catchable anyway, right? So.
No, I know he was not catchable anyway, but now there's 2 spots out of the 7 that are gone.
I guess another question for you, Brandon. I didn't, we went through this pretty quickly at the end, so I didn't have a good sense of what the tactics looked like. But after that stab, even if they had patched things up, let's say a year later, I mean, your position just got so much more powerful by virtue of the fact that, you know, at least for a turn or two, Karthik was going to have to pull back, even if ultimately he decided, okay, I'm not going to actively help Brandon win. I just wonder if by that point you had the overwhelming position and could have taken it by force.
Here I might have. So yeah, I think for them to stop me, Karthik and Jamal would have had to get on the same page right away, and I wouldn't if I were Karthik. I mean, you know,
he's got to pull back a turn, right? I mean, you just got stabbed, you pull back a turn, and by that point, I think it might have been over.
Yeah. So right. So sorry. Go ahead into the fall of 1908. So here's sort of like the chance where Jamal's like, oh crap, it's not going to work. Karthik really means it, I was really measuring Karthik here. If I had gotten a whiff that Karthik wasn't serious about throwing the solo at this point, then I would have stayed in Marseille and I would have forced my way into Tunis. And then I think I get Ionian after that. And if I get Ionian, I think it's over at that point.
Yeah, they'd have to win too many guesses to keep you from doing it.
Yeah. So maybe it's guaranteed at this point. I'm not sure. They have to keep that Austrian fleet, right? Or no, because he still has the fleet in Rome. But if I get Tunis and they kick me out of Tyrrhenian Sea, then they can stop me there, I think. Yeah, certainly. And there's a time limit that comes into play.
Oh yeah, it is interesting that Jamal says that in Australian hobby this wouldn't have happened. My expectations are different. This just goes to show you when you have sort of like the plates and the plate tectonics rub against each other, and you end up with different things that happen. If you've got different people coming from different backgrounds in a tournament or league setting, you always have interesting interactions, and it happens in face-to-face as well. You got people that go to a tournament and they go to a hobby that they're not familiar with, and things play differently.
Yeah. Well, I think if somebody, in positions like we were in prior to that stab, if someone goes to you and says, if you do X, I will throw a solo. I think you have to look at the position and say, can they actually do that? And if they can, you may want to take them at face value for it. Is the reality, right?
Yeah, except if you have like a lot of reason to think that they won't actually follow through with it, right? And that's
or if they're saying they'll do it, but they will not be in a position to actually do it, right?
Yeah.
And I hear that all the time. People threatening to throw solos that they're in no such position to throw.
Yeah, and Jamal said afterward that he maybe did it too early. He wasn't. We had a really interesting discussion about sort of risk versus reward, and the scoring system actually does give some incentive here for Jamal to try to increase his second place score. Second place is rewarded somewhat, certainly more than it was under the original tribute system. And increasing the value of second place was actually a deliberate thing for us. We wanted to give people something still to play for, even when they couldn't top the board. And so it created a real risk reward calculation here for Jamal. And he does think that if he had gotten Karthik to sort of move units further west another year, he might have been able to stab him in and get away with it, which is an interesting idea.
It's interesting. It's harder for Austria to do that because they just don't have the fleet strength afterwards. That's the issue with Austria.
Yeah, this position reminds me a little bit of what we saw from game 73 with Jason and Morgante, where Jason made a attempt that to go for a big result that ultimately almost had a solo result for Morgante, and in this case it did. So I think this gets back to this idea of timing. I don't, personally, I respect somebody who makes a play. I don't even mind somebody making a play in a timed game if it's against the line. But you should wait until you don't have that solo threat, in my opinion. It was just too early to make that move.
Brandon, can I maybe I can ask you a question about something that happened earlier, because I think maybe David and I were talking about this, and maybe the viewers were curious. In the turn where you set up the stab against Hal, you made some moves that looked pretty stabby. But I think you made the comment in the chat that those were all agreed upon moves. I mean, what was going on here, and how did you sell this?
Honestly, as far as setting up the alliance so that I had all the power, this was a turn that really demonstrated how effective I was at that in this particular game. The way I sold it was that we needed an army in St. Petersburg, and I would convoy Belgium to Norway. And part of the way of selling this was to move Baltic to Bothnia, let his fleet out, to give him more play here. And actually, if you go back to spring of 1905, there's another curious set of moves where I spring of 05.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So
yes, right, yes.
Why is he moving St. Pete to Barents and then just replacing it with Norway? This was not just madness. Hal talked me into this cockamamie scheme to allow Wes into St. Petersburg in order to kick him out. David called this one exactly right. Even if Wes had taken it, we could have kicked him out right away. And it would have been with now an army in St. Petersburg. So we had been talking about the problem of not having an army in St. Petersburg, which wasn't such a problem for me, right? It slowed him down, but it was a problem for the alliance. So it was one that we wanted to try to fix. Wes didn't cooperate here, and Hal, I think, made a mistake here by not talking Wes into actually doing this. If they had done it, it would have set up a way for Hal to really flip the tables on me. He could have kept St. Petersburg. He could have or worked something out with Wes. Wes and Hal needed a strategic realignment for all of the first 5 years, and they just couldn't make it happen. But this is a moment. This is the way I like to play alliances, where I actually will let my guard down. I will open up in the for the sake of us working together. I will give the other person an opportunity that really does increase their chances as well. I think to do that, to have a good alliance, you really have to allow your alliance partner to have their opportunities. In this case, Hal didn't take advantage of it, right? And that ended up being, I think, what allowed me to sort of stay in place. And he and Wes, right? So he and Wes ends up in Prussia, and Hal ends up in Livonia here. It's terrible for them. trying to disentangle and prevent me. So like this really was a lot of Wes and Hal just not being able to get on the same page. And then you guys flagged Jamal for going up under the center of the stalemate line. I think this also was something that helped me a lot. So yeah, it helped me. It just I'm sorry. Christian asked me after the game why I attacked him rather than Hal, and the answer was actually really easy. It was because Hal had Austria and Russia on his back, and France didn't have anyone on his back. So I didn't need to worry about Hal. Whereas with Christian, I would have had to keep him in check diplomatically, and if I didn't have to do that, great.
There may just be a really simple thing for people to take away from this game also. If your France has one fleet and your Germany has one fleet, there ain't much you can do.
Yeah. I did not really engineer that, I have to say. I was as surprised as you guys in fall of 1901 that happened. So I don't know, maybe they like the way that I was negotiating in spring of 01 made them, feel comfortable doing that. I don't know. It wasn't something I asked for specifically.
I mean, there were some chances for Hal to build the second fleet. Now that would have been the end of the deal with you, probably.
Oh yeah.
But as I think I said at the time, sometimes you got to pivot.
Yeah, that was the topic of a lot of post-game discussion. The East was very frustrated with Hal, and they made the point that he could have increased his chances of topping the board if he turned on me, and that is true. I think the point that I made is that he probably would have increased their chances a lot more than his, because I'd probably work out a deal with Wes, so it would have been a very narrow path. I think that Hal's difficulty was not building a fleet, first of all, and then in 01, and then also just not being able to work out something clear with Wes and Jamal that they stuck with. So.
All right. Well, Brandon, thank you for joining us, giving us that insight. Congrats again, solo number 2 for the VDL.
Thanks, guys. Great coverage.
Thanks for going for it.
Good job, Brandon.
All right. So, man, we had some fun games today. Adam, why don't we start? What's your impression of the games tonight?
Well, obviously, anytime you get to see somebody get 18, that's super exciting. And we saw that, and we saw, Morgante get really close and perhaps timed out of it. So some really, really exciting games, and getting to the point of wins or close to wins is always what we love to see about this game. I think it really plays to the point of timing. I think David made the comment earlier that you have to be willing to change the dynamic and, alter things on your board, but it also comes down to doing it at the right time. And we saw some cases of it being done at the right time, and we also saw some cases of it disastrously being done at the wrong time. But it's cool to see, and it's great to see people taking chances, even if they're not nailing it every time. You don't learn how to do timing correctly unless you make some mistakes along the way. So I was really pleased by what we saw tonight.
David.
I'll make a sort of a critical comment. Did you see any Eastern alliances take charge, move forward, stay together, and make progress versus the West? No, not in any of these games. And it's always an issue if you're in the East. There's 4 of you. Now, I know this is a little bit simplistic, but there's 4 of you. There's 3 of you in the West. That's not entirely right because Russia's both places, blah, blah, blah. But it is harder to get an alliance to take over your side of the board in the East and start moving to the West. That is harder to do in the East than it is in the West, and you really have to stick to it. And we didn't have alliances in the East in any of these games, really, that stuck to it. I like dynamic play as much as the next person, but if the Western alliance structure is coalescing a lot faster and better than you are, again, might be time for a pivot.
All right. Well, let's take a look at our standings. So I'm going to transition us over here. Oh, so close. There we go. All right. So going into today's game, this last round, this is what our standings look like. And let's see how this final game changed things. And there it is. We have a new league leader. I honestly did not think we were going to see that happen in this season. But Brandon Fogel has taken it over in first place for the Virtual Diplomacy League. We've got Sarah knocked down from second to fourth. Tom moves up into fifth. Wes holds on to 7, just barely. Wow. All I can say is
I'm sorry. I have to object to seeing Brandon's name at the top, and I have a suggestion on what we do about this. I think these results need to be audited, and there is a company that's now free from an audit that they just finished in another state. I think we hire cyber ninjas to come in here and audit that score, because I just don't see that could possibly stick.
we'll look at our stats team engaged there. We may need to get a third party review. Maybe we can get the Tour of Britain folks to come in and check it out.
I wish I could agree with you, David, but it is so hard to say that Brandon didn't earn it.
Yeah, I'm just playing around. Brandon played so well in that game, and this is well earned. Even McCarlis would probably say this is a well earned first position for Brandon tonight.
But man, what does this do for the bubble players, right? I mean, for the bubble players, there are 2 spots that are virtually locks in for the VDL Championship. That means there's maybe 5 spots up for grab, but even Morgante is looking to be, Morgante and Seren are both looking to be pretty far ahead of the pack. So it is going to be tough for those bubble players to either secure their spots or earn their spots into the top 7. Maybe we'll see some more solos. Maybe we're going to see some more people going for it in the next 3 months.
Well, honestly, that was my point about Karthik's throw. I understood it. I understand why you feel like you got to send a message. You're almost sending a message by slapping yourself in the face, because now there are 2 spots out of the 7 that are unavailable for Karthik. So you understand the theory, but you're really sacrificing a lot when you do it in a league situation like this.
Well, I just want to say I'm really, really excited to see people take risks. We saw some people going for it in a way we've not seen all season. These games were exciting. There was some quality play, and I mean, we got 3 more months, I think. So we get to watch this kind of play 3 more times. I am excited. So. All right. Well, thank you both for your coverage tonight. Also, shout out to Saren, Ed, and Karthik for their coverage. Had another great show. And I'd like to thank everybody who participated in chat. Dip Chat's one of my favorite parts of the show. Helps keep me entertained and motivated. I always go back and rewatch the show just to catch up on all the chat that I missed while we were broadcasting. So thank you all for being here. And if you haven't done so already, please go ahead and give us a like and put in a comment, subscribe to this channel. We heard today how Roni found diplomacy through the YouTube algorithm. So it is working. If this is something you're interested in and you can help do those things, it'll help YouTube prioritize it and maybe help somebody else find this game that we all love so much. So thank you all for watching, and I hope that each of you have a really good night. We'll see you on aboard soon.